Welcome, everybody. Looks like we are fired back up. Gonna go ahead and do the rounds, do the testing, make sure everything is working the way it should be. But looks like everything is up and live. And this should be a good one. We had a fun time with the first round of the early session. So this evening session should be equally as good. I have spent some time picking out what decks I think we want to cover as well. So that's mostly figured out for the most part, but hey, you never know. You never know. Looks like we're up on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Facebooks. We have all of our streaming stuff going. Okay, yeah, this is good. This is good. So far, so good. You like when everything fires up and we don't have to check a bunch of things. That's where you want to be. But yeah, so for those of you who missed it, if you want to go back and catch it, in the early session, we played the mono green archaic deck, which was great. Honestly, we didn't even lose a game. We had some crazy games in that though. But our wild growth archaic is a fun magic card, so that turned out to be really good. We also played a couple other things in there. The big 6/6 guy was in that list. There was something else too from the new set that made the cut. But either way, there were several new. Oh, the 1/1 turtle was in there as well. So lots of cool stuff if you like playing mono green aggro. Then we played the Quandrix deck so that we could play the thing that like copies a thing and then you turn into a fractal and get 6 counters. That was really good. I think we lost one game and that was to not drawing lands. So can't complain about that. So that was pretty cool. And then we played a repartee deck that was pretty sweet. Though I think that one we were 5-3, something like that. So not bad still. Still good. But got to see a little bit of everything so far. So we're going to play a few things right now. My list looks like Reanimator, Merfolk. We'll try an Oculus deck, and we will try Professor Delian, a Golgari deck. And I think if we do that, we should cover a good variety of decks for different people. So that should be a lot of fun. So I think we're going to start with some Reanimatory piles. So we'll start here because I think this is a good place to be. Okay. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me just do it the proper way and go get us into one of these events where we can do this the way we should. Let's get into the early access events. I gotta clear this out because this is from our last session. All right. And welcome those of you that are just joining. A few of you are hopping in here. Love to see it. Always appreciate new people coming to watch. Also, if you haven't subscribed to YouTube, you should. We have a ton of stuff that we post there. We've actually posted now, gosh, how many? We're over 6 years of consecutive days of footage on there, which is bananas. But more importantly, we have some fun other videos, overrated, underrated stuff. We'll have the craft, don't craft videos, usually the Monday before the set goes live. So if you subscribe, you'll get access to all that. I say subscribe like you have to do a thing. Like you just click a button. It's that easy. Doesn't cost you anything. However, if you're a member, you do get to have more input and pick some things where we're talking about stuff like how we're going to decide what we play or what we make videos on for the single card strategy stuff and whatnot. And then with Vegas coming up, we'll have some exclusive stuff for level 2 members, plus from the show. And if there's things they want to know or see, they get to kind of direct what'll be in some of those. So yeah, a little bit of something for everybody, whether you're free or paid or whatever, we got stuff. But all right, let's take a look at this and we will get things going. All right, what's up, Dragon Brood? We're going to play some Reanimator because honestly, this is really sweet. And credit to Omen5 because I was already working on a similar list and he'd already finished it off. So I'm like, cool, thumbs up. Let's go ahead and give this a version a look. Because of a couple of new particular cards we really want to play. So we're going to start with Requiting Hex because, you know, we got to buy time to get to where we want to go. There is a Valgavoth's Faithful just as a Reanimator spell. Don't mind it. Split Skin Doll so we can draw and discard to fill up the graveyard. Also Bitter Triumph that we can destroy stuff and fill up the graveyard. Rouse Eric is mostly in here as a surveil tool, but periodically we will use the other parts. Not really caring that much about making the opponent discard. Maybe returning something with 3 or less if there's a Valgavoss Faithful in there and we just really need it. But if we can get it somehow to 7, we can flip 5 coins and target opponent skips their next turns. X times, where X is the number of heads that come up. I don't think we'll get there. It's mostly going to be for surveilling in here. We do have a couple of Zombify, because, you know, Reanimator, that's the name of the game. But fix what's broken. Now, one of the theories on fix what's broken is you just play a bunch of stuff at a single cost. Well, in this one, we decided to make it 7. Now, don't get me wrong, 7's a lot. But if we can get multiple things for 7, this could really work out. So we have Rite of the Moth, which is another way that we can get stuff out of the graveyard. It does have flashback. Overlord of the Bellmarks to help fill the yard, because we got to have stuff to reanimate. And then the stuff that we're getting for 7 is Overlord of the Mistmoors, which makes 3 bodies, so that's cool. Vaultborn Tyrant, which gets us life immediately back and a card. And then Sire of the 7 Deaths, which usually will result in us getting some life back. So we don't care so much about fix what's broken at 7, but we'll see. The other thing to note is we have the 12 big cards and the 4 overlords and then some little stuff, right? That's kind of it. So we're going to have to see if these all hit the way we want. But all we got to do is hit once and that might win the game. But we'll see. But I got to tell you, like always, if you're thinking about checking out cards, whether it's this deck or another deck, or you just want to get some Strixhaven stuff because that's the new jam, be sure to check out our friends at Tales of Adventure. It's toamagic.com. And why? Well, because you can save 5% on everything over at their website, whether it's new cards, old cards, foils, whatever. All you got to do is use my code DRAGON, DRAGN. All right, business is done and out of the way. Let's go see if we can reanimate some monsters and get us some wins. All right, just got to make sure everybody in the Discord was notified of the stream so they knew what was going on. And we are right back at it over here. Also, thank you to everybody coming around. Got about 20 of y'all in here now as we're starting up the late session. With love from Sydney. Man, that's one of the places I'd like to go at some point. Australia and New Zealand, both, honestly. Mostly, like, I'd already been interested just from a nature standpoint. Obviously, y'all have everything that could kill people there, which is fine. I grew up in Texas, so, like, we have a lot of things that kill us there. But I think having so many Aussies and Kiwis that were a lot of my early audience when I first got into doing content, it'd be really cool to travel down there and be part of it all. And eat a kangaroo burger. Okay, let's see what we can do with this. I guess we keep it. I mean, we can Bellmark. We can put a Vaultborn Tyrant in the yard. We also have a Surveil land. We can't ask for a lot more. Obviously, another land would be nice, but this isn't the worst. Yeah, not everything kills you in Australia. That's true. Not everything. Same thing in Texas. There's a lot of stuff that kills you, but not everything. The difference is living in the Pacific Northwest, like, literally nothing kills you. I went super soft in, like, I don't know, it took a couple years and I was already done. I'm just going to pass. I think we'll take our time. We don't need to rush the Overlord of the Bellmark, I don't feel like. Take a little bit of damage, because I'm curious what else they're going to play on this turn. Alright, they didn't spend their mana, pump in their creature, or anything like that. Alright. Let's discard a card. I mean, we took 2 damage. Whoa, that's not what we want to discard. Alright. Took 2 damage we didn't need to take, necessarily, but I'm okay with it. I'm not even sure what I'm hoping to hit here. None of those things. Those can all just stay in the yard. Good news is, though... Well, that's not true. We did hit a land. That's bad. We kind of needed that. We have what we need in the yard. Now we just got to find... fix what's broken and find us some land to cast it. Yeah, I've seen videos of kangaroos that are crazy out there. Especially the ones like the dudes that are like parachuting in and you see like the kangaroos coming up to them as they're getting closer. I'm like, that's the most menacing thing I've ever seen. Like, you know you're about to get wrecked by some ruse. It's so savage. Wow, they didn't have anything to go with it? Oh, they're playing Hope Singer. That's crazy. Yeah. This is kind of wild. I mean, I guess I don't want them to untap with some way to protect stuff or whatever, right? Man, this hand did not come together, let me tell you. Oh, another Hope Singer. Gosh dang it. Okay, all right. We got the fix. So now our issue is we have to try to keep enough life so that if we draw the untapped land, we can pay 7. Because we'll get back a couple of things and a couple of cards and some life. Okay. Oh, this sucks. All right, we're just going to have to pass and gamble. Because we have to... Oh, man, this is so rough. Let's see what happens. We might just have to get rid of Slickshot Show Off regardless. I don't think we have a choice. Like, that's the scary one. Like, if Hope Singer hits us for, like, 4, maybe even 5, we'd be okay. I mean, technically we're okay as long as we have 7 life. And we still have to draw an untapped land. That's not guaranteed either right now. Alright. I'll try it. I probably should have just got rid of something on my turn, but, you know. Risk it for the biscuit, I guess. Okay, they didn't have it. Sweet. Just don't do more than 9. Alright, that was the whole thing. Come on, untap land. Hey-oh, we did it. We did the thing. Alright, we're going to pay 7. Here we go. And we get so much of that life back because of Vaultborn Tyrant. Alright. Now the next question is kind of, what do we do from here? You know? Had to do a lot to preserve our life total, though, to get to this stage. Alright, that puts counters on things. And makes a body because of this duder. Leave my Sire 7 Deaths alone. Alright, they have 1 unknown card and they can replay the inventory. Oh no. Oh, that's way worse for us. Oh gosh. That sucks. I guess like we do nothing. Yeah, we just go to 7 and cry, I guess. I don't know. Oh, that's double strike too? Oh my gosh, that just did everything. So this does nothing for us right now, right? I mean, opponent's empty-handed, so none of that really, like, surveilling's fine, I guess. Alright. I don't think there's anything else in the yard to get. I mean, there's another Overlord of the Belmerks, but I don't know how much we care about that. You know what? It can go in the yard. If we attack... Well, we have to attack to try to gain 7, right? That's sort of a given. But then we just die to flyers. Yeah, I don't think it matters. Because we can see their hands. You know what I mean? Like we can see what they have. Because these both have flashbacks, so we're kind of cooked. Yeah, we're wrecked. I mean, opponent's going to trade one of their creatures? I mean, you know. I was going to say, that would have been wild. Because even at 8, we block 1, we take 3 other flyers. Yeah, GG's. We can't win that one. Good job, opponent. Yeah. That's just one where we took too long to get to our extra mana. We set with a bunch of Overlords in our hand and just couldn't do anything. That's tough. We were close, though, to pulling it off. Welcome all 30 of you that are checking it out right now. A lot of lurkers today. I'd be curious where everybody's watching from this time of night. Because it's still early for me. It's like not even 7 p.m. Pacific time, but everybody else is all over the world. But we'll see. We'll see. That was close, though. That was really fun. I feel like had we gotten a couple of lands and maybe could have made use of some other bodies or even been in a situation where we could have played one of the overlords to fill the graveyard with more stuff and then draw some cards, like maybe, but just couldn't get it together. Couldn't get it together. From Dallas. I used to run a bunch of events in Dallas. I was one of the TOs down that way. San Diego, oh, you're in the same time zone I'm in, then. You feel it. Playing some video while I got you on. Totally understand that. Do some multitasking. It's also interesting, too, because I have a lot of people that have told me they listened, like, this is really weird, though, but, like, the number of couples that have come up at events, and one half has told me they've been used to hearing my voice as they fall asleep, because the other one listens to me on their TV in the bedroom, which is so funny. But apparently I have a soothing voice and they like listening to me while they sleep, which is wild. So I don't really know. I just find it very fun and entertaining. Though for what it's worth, I would like to do a voice acting gig or two down the road if I was ever given the opportunity. But yeah, let's keep this. Have you thought of Mr. Negative as a 7-drop? Does Mr. Negative even do anything? I feel like that answer is no. Alright. I think we can do without that land. You know, famous last words. But we'll see. Oh, they're gonna mill. Actually, if they're milling us, that helps us. Like, that's not a bad thing, actually. Okay. Split Skin Doll. I will discard this thing. Ooh, do I want to make... As much as I want to surveil, do we also want to make the opponent discard? If their plan is to mill us? Because I think we've played against this person. No! No! Take our Planeswalker. Take our Planeswalker. You know you want to. Oh, exchange health totals on ETB is what that guy does? Yeah, I'm not excited to play that guy. Especially since our plan is to gain a bunch of life from our dudes. I'd have to stack stuff all weird and everything. That doesn't sound like something we need to be messing with. Alright. I don't even think I'm going to surveil. I'm just going to make any number of target players. Just you. Discard a card. Just see how you like me now. Gonna play all the control stuff and ruin my fun. Yep, you have another creature. So they're gonna try to get a brainstorm, I guess. Alright, I'll make you discard another thing. Well, hold on. Let me check my graveyard real quick. I have enough stuff in there. Like, surveilling to find the other reanimator spell would be good, though. If we're being real. I also have to decide how much... Let me see what the value is. Because the opponent being able to brainstorm kind of undoes some of our benefits of making them discard. Ugh, another Split Skin Doll. Alright, I'm just gonna surveil. They can have some cards. Yeah, you get out of here. You get out of here. Let's attack with a Split Skin Doll. I mean, obviously, they want to save all their stuff to get cards. with their harmonized trio. All right. Let's see what we got. Okay, that's not bad to find. Hopefully they don't have any more duresses. Though they could also just have, like, counters or whatever the case is. So who knows. Oh, they're filling our yard. If they don't have it, this is going to be cool. Fell asleep to you and Des overrated cards last night. I feel it. I think it's because so many people are used to people they listen to being overly animated and so loud and whatever. And, like, I'm usually only animated when, like, a big thing happens. Otherwise, like, I try to just be chill and have fun, you know? All right, you got it. All right, opponent. Maybe you want to play creatures here? Yes! We're going to do the thing! We're going to fix what's broken for a dumb set of cards, y'all. We're going to get 2 Vault-Born Tyrants, an Overlord of the Baelmerks, 2 Overlord of the Mistmores, 2 of them, and then a bunch of cards in life. This is about to be great. This has potential to be all-time awesome. Don't wreck us, opponent. Don't have it. Come on. Oh, they're just going for Brainstorm right now. Wow. Crazy. I mean, they're doing us a favor by milling us, but we do have to be careful. We're at 29 cards already. But I guess even if they get a sweeper, which I don't think they're playing, we would just turn the Vault-Born Tyrants into bodies, so it's probably okay. I think we just do the thing. We go ahead and call 7, because that's our key number. Get us a bajillion. Oh my god, look at this stack. Yep, those are cards. Yep. Wow. And they're still coming. Okay. Well, we're down to 18 cards. So if the opponent's milling us, their plan's working. We're going to go ahead and... we're at 45 life. I just realized that. That's so funny. Like, the most irrelevant number right now. We'll just make you discard. Because that seems fun.
At a loss for words.
And then we'll attack for 4. And then just hope we don't die, I guess. But like I said, if they sweep the board, we're not in bad shape. I might as well just get rid of some of this other mana we don't need. Oh, geez. So many. All right. All right. Deadly cover-up? No, it's a Soul Guide Lantern. Yeah, get our yard. That's a turn late for sure. I see what they were digging for, though. I see because they had it, they were like, okay, dig for cards with the Brainstorm to get to the Soul Guide Lantern, which makes a lot of sense. I would have probably done something like that, too. Yeah, no point removing the yard. All the damage is on the battlefield. Yep, that'll do it. We had a heck of a lot of fun that match. Yeah, that's what I was saying. If they sweep the board, we have 2 Vault-Born Tyrants, we gain 6 life and get 2 cards, and we still have the Planeswalkers. So there was really no way. Oh, hey, a 2-month. Hey, thank you. But like, if they'd have swept the board, sure, we lose everything, but then we have 12 power worth of Vault-Born Tyrants, and they're at 10. So, like, even us drawing 2 more cards, I guess technically 4 more cards, well, it still wouldn't even matter. Like, we'd have been totally fine. And rouse Eric to keep attacking their hand if we needed to. So, like, yeah. Wild situation. I thought we were going to be so far behind the way that played out, especially after getting the first Fix What's Broken discarded. But, hey, turned out still got to win. Not my back, your back. I get what you were saying, though. How's it going, folks? Welcome, everybody. Christmas. Still trolling. I have so many beverage bottles over here. Y'all have no idea how much I try to stay hydrated while I'm streaming. I have like a Snapple drink, I have a backup Snapple drink. I have my container of water. I finished a smoothie from earlier. Like, just crazy stuff going down over here. Panthros, how's it going? All right, let's go ahead and keep this. Because we at least have a backup reanimator spell, but if the opponent has anything real, we're going to be in a little bit of trouble. What if we just play this? I think is fine. I'm not even going to run out the Valgavoss Faithful. There's no point in playing it. I wonder how good Ralzeric will be, because if this is it Lessons or something, we don't necessarily want to fill their graveyard. Oh, what is this guy? You get Wild Idea, search your library. Oh, that's 5 mana. And you create a treasure token, activate only if you've cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn. Well, that's interesting. Kind of want to fill the yard, but I guess we're going to go this way first. Okay, a backup fix what's broken. That didn't really work out the way we wanted it. I don't even know what I want to discard. We obviously aren't discarding the land. Kind of want to keep a Faithful. Kind of... Alright, I guess Split Skin Doll. Though I kind of want to draw a land if we miss next turn. Alright, I guess Ralzeric goes away. That's tough. And I'm only keeping the 2 fix what's broken because if they have a counter, we get a shot at the second one potentially. No guarantee, obviously. Alright, opponent's loading up on stuff. Draw a card, make a token. This guy does cost 2. Something to note. Let's go ahead and try to get rid of it. Because this guy just like... basically having prowess is okay, I guess. But... just generating mana is probably way worse. But I like that it helps you build up to play the Wild Idea, which is kind of neat. Yeah, fire magic works. You got it. Alright. Since we didn't draw... if we drew the land, I would have tried Overlord here. But since we didn't draw the land, I'm just going to play Split Skin Doll. Let's see if we can find it. We did not find it, so I'll just put an Overlord in there. Man, that's tough. Not finding a land hurts. We might even fix what's broken just to get Overlord. That might be the way. Because then we could Overlord, fill the yard again. Ugh. Didn't want a damage spell here, but... alright, let's try. We'll fix what's broken for 5. Hope this works. Might get countered. Just gotta be real. Okay, it didn't, so that's good. We put one of our big creatures in there. Ooh, we could take a Ralzeric, though. I'll put that in hand. I mean, against a deck that's trying to load their hand and do other things, like, it's possible that Ralzeric could do something. No attacks. Also, if we pay 7, we go to 5. I don't like that necessarily under the circumstances. So if we can get an untapped land, I'd rather just Valgavoss Faithful and just get this in the old way. Unless, when we attack with the Belmerk, it puts, like, multiple, what you call, Vaultborn Tyrants and whatever there, then we'd consider it. Draw 2 cards. Oh, that sucks. Yep. And you got mana left over? Gross. Well, that's going to turn off our Fix What's Broken plan. We kind of now have to hit an untapped land for our Valgavoss Faithful. I think it's the only way this is going to work. And that's not even a guarantee, because we have to hit Vaultborn Tyrant. I mean, I guess if we were to find a removal spell for the Maestro, maybe. But they also might just pump this up enough to kill us, right? I mean, they're going to have 7 mana, 8 mana left over. You don't get early access. It's pretty much locked up. But it's only mostly for creators or people who need it, as far as like if there's a Pro Tour coming soon, they would have people who are prepping for the Pro Tour get access to practice early. And, you know, people, when we're doing commentary and we need access to it for whatever, you know, like, that's probably it. All right. Opponent got there. GG's. like, they got rid of our only game plan that's going to do anything. And if they play any number of more real spells here, they're all good. Yeah, that's going to do it. Like, you make more treasure, just combo out. Congrats, you did the thing. I assume you have some number of real cards left. It's like, all right, this is just generating extra mana at this point. It's just, can they find 3 more points, which I think they can. I'm going to give them the GGs. They're doing the thing. They got it. All right. You got it. That's just a case if I killed the wrong creature. I didn't have to kill the other guy. I could have killed the little goblin, and that would have been great. Okay, this is mostly fine. Also, I'm just realizing it's been a while since I played Overlord of Begmark, but has it always glowed with the alternate cost in the upper right? Because I don't feel like I've known that to be a thing, but I haven't played it in a deck in the last couple months. So maybe it has. We are going to keep this. We have some Surveil lands, we have Overlord, we have Zombifies ready to go. Ooh, lots of Shadowy Backstreet, though. Yeah, you go to the yard. They are also playing Overlords. Are we both doing reanimatory things? Looks like we are. They're just Mardu and we're not. Okay, well, I guess since it's obvious, we might as well play the game as well. We've done an equally poor job of filling our yard with the cards we want. We're both bad at doing the thing. Oh, they've got bigger dudes, though. And see, this is what I was saying. You can go a lower number, and 5 is really good, right? So that makes a lot of sense. Here's the question. Do we just rouse Zarek and Surveil? I think we do. I'm just trying to think, like, Shadowy Backstreets are going to make this hard to cast. Actually, we can't. Or else we can't reliably cast Zombify next turn. That's unfortunate. Alright. I really wanted to rouse Zarek, though, and Surveil. Alright, we're both kind of stuck in a weird spot. Like, we're both doing the thing, but we came up a little bit short. So, let's get back a Vaultborn Tyrant. Best part about Vaultborn Tyrant is your opponent has a removal, you still have a body in most cases, unless it exiles. And then I guess we could get back another... Opponent found all their Overlords. Good God, they have 4... Oh, yeah, like, we're so dead to these dragons. Okay, we're going to have to move quickly. Let's Shadowy Backstreet. Don't need that. Let's just not even waste time. Alright, fix what's ours, and we didn't find anything great. I will take a Valgavoth Faithful, though. Actually, I'll take a Split Skin Doll. Alright. This was a very awkward game. And the opponent can still win, right? They just literally just call... Oh, wait, no. If we get them low enough, they won't even be able to fix what's mine. Or fix what's broken. I don't know why it's fix what's mine. Discards a number of cards and draw that many. And then deals damage equal to... Okay. Okay, yeah. That's fine. We could live with this. Okay, what's in the yard? Nothing but Valgavoth's Faithful and whatever, right? So, if we split Skin Doll... We'll still have an untapped land. Let's do that. And just see what we hit. Ah, not the best. Not the worst. So, if we attack, they block, they go to 8. That's 8's still more than 5. Yeah, we're just dead. Right? Because... You'll get all that. And then that should do it. I'm trying to think if there's any way around this that would matter. Assuming they have the card. They still have to find a 4th land, right? So that's not a given. But, yeah, let's just attack. Okay, wait. Now, another Vaultborn Tyrant being in there changes the game a little bit. Because it's possible, let me do some quick math, that we get Siren, Vaultborn Tyrant. So we would get 3, 6, 9, 12. So we'd go to 36, but we're minus the 7, so we'd be at 29. We draw some cards. Alright, I'll gamble it. If they have their card, we lose anyway. So let's just go 7. Oops, not 8, 7. There we go. Oh, did I miscalculate? Oh, no, we're 29. We did it right. Okay. Oh, now we're at the discarding portion. I guess it doesn't really matter. This is just, if they hit their card, none of this matters, really. It's all just going through the motions. Land, fix what's law broken? Yep. Alright. GG's. Like, we knew that was a thing. Like, we take 1 billion damage. I think the Izzet looks good, though, because you're playing against a bunch of things that aren't prepared for it. Like, early access, a lot of us are just, like, trying out crazy cards. Alright, cool. Nice. Yeah, and that's what I was saying before. I think 5 is a better number, but 7 can instantly end things. Like, you get 2 big hits. But 5, when you get to play, the dragon obviously is good. Like, no one's denying that. But that game was weird anyway. Like, we both didn't really do our thing and sort of got stuck. And so, and I missed bad on our mill options. You could also play more control and go to 9, so you can just play, like, Valgavoths and Summon Bahamut's. Alright, let's keep it. Okay, well, we at least have Split Skin Doll. Hopefully it helps. Because we have no guarantee that it will. That's a rough start, not gonna lie. And a cornucopia. Okay. Well, that's usually a sign of not fun things to come. Okay, we found a land. So that's helpful. Alright, in the turn. I wonder if it's worth it for us to just try to zombify first, if we're able to. Have I had a chance to try out bats and pest decks with? I have not, and probably won't for a bit. Because it's mostly going to be old cards with just like black and maybe like one new thing. But it's really just going to be the bats deck plus black for the most part, right? If you like the bats deck, you'll probably enjoy that deck. We'll eventually get around to playing it, though. Yep, strategic betrayal. That works. I'm actually not mad at that. Like, we only had one real thing in the yard, so I'm okay with it. That's tough. Alright, we'll attack. Not sure what we're hoping to hit, but maybe another split skin doll or something. Wow. I guess I don't hate that. Would have liked to have had the land, but I mean, we weren't going to get to use Bitter Triumphs likely against anything but a Planeswalker, potentially. Decorum, yep. And this is exactly how I expected to see this card get played. Oh no! Yeah, we're wrecked. Just having some bad mana draws. Wow, and lost 2 lands there, and nothing to get back. Yeah, that was about the worst possible scenario. Gross. Our discard enablers are in the yard. Like, yeah, this is all bad. Alright, at this point, I should just give them the GGs. Like, we're missing mana. We have cards that are dead. Like, we can't really do much of anything. Like, this is pretty bad. Alright, cornucopia, sure. I mean, we're really doing nothing. Like, the sad part is, even if the opponent hadn't removed our graveyard, we wouldn't have been able to do anything anyway. We're better off just having the other split skin doll to keep attacking. It's kind of the situation we're in. Yeah, Verticore, you got it. I mean, we have the mana. We can't do anything with it, really. I mean, we'll attack. We'll make 2 1/1s, or 2 2/1s, I should say. It's better than nothing. I mean, the opponent's just getting free cards at this point, we're just kind of like hoping they deck themselves. I just hope they have a kill mechanism other than that, because I don't want to be sitting here forever when we have a terrible draw. Yeah, sure, you got it. All you, fam. Congrats.
This effort. I have life essence to spare.
What are we looking to do? Am I just going to actually reanimate a split skin doll? Actually, if I'm going to do it, I should do it with Fix What's Broken, because it's cheaper. And, I mean, the life loss and all that. And then we could just discard a Sire, I guess. I mean, it's not great by any stretch. We have a whole handful of dead cards. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna give them the GGs. Like, it's basically over. Like, their hand's loaded. We're not doing anything. Alright. How would you be willing to stream WrestleMania this weekend? And get all my stuff shut down? I'd rather not. like if you're live streaming WrestleMania, that's a sure way to get your stream shut down. Same way as if you tried to stream an NFL game or whatever. I've seen people do the like watch-alongs where you don't really hear it, but like you're watching it and they're watching it and you're getting their reactions. It's probably like the closest thing I'd be able to do. Let's keep this. But yeah, live streaming a WrestleMania will definitely get you shut down. Not the business you want to be in. Let's just pass. Let's see what we need to pick off first. Oh, a Frenzied Baloth. How much do we love or hate a Frenzied Baloth? I guess I'll get rid of this duder. Just so nothing silly happens next turn. And then we'll split skin doll. Discard one of these knuckleheads. Looks like a lot of people are playing Golgari Control. Yeah, I get it. Get a chance to play with the new Planeswalker and some other fun cards. Totally makes a lot of sense. Alright, cool. Then we're going to get a Sire of 7 Deaths and hope it does the deed. Oh, so they're going big too. I can appreciate it. All right. We are attacking. Would you like to double block and trade? They said no. They are not interested in my stupid shenanigans. All right. And they're going to go get probably Railway Brawler. No. You just went and got that guy. Wasn't that something? I guess it's good I gained a bunch of life and have ways to block, huh? That seems like a good thing. We have first strike, so hopefully that helps. I guess we just take the 14. If you have a way to get us, you get us, I guess. Alright. Well, the good news is, I think we took about the strongest hit from the opponent that they're going to have. Well, that wasn't that exciting, was it? Alright, I'll take a split skin doll, why not? Hey! Not that we have anything great to go get, but hey, if something happens, I guess. Go to 24. They're at 2. Alright. That's crazy that we took a big ol' hit from a Crater Hoof. I swear, I think our channel has survived more Crater Hoofs, more Valgavoths, and more Mono White gaining 100+ life than probably anybody ever. I feel like we win way too many of those matches. But yeah, that one was strictly because we got the Sire 7 Deaths the turn before and just kept us above water. So that was pretty nice. But man, crazy. Cool to see people are using the Vastland Scavenger though, because man, this is a cool way to do it, right? It's a cheap way to get a brawler if you're just looking for one. Obviously, you could get the Crater Hoof after you have a couple of bodies out. I mean, and to be fair to the opponent, if they'd had one more creature maybe with the Crater Hoof, we then would have been in trouble for sure. So that was actually a little fortuitous for us. Oh, Panther, I didn't think you'd actually want me to get shut down. Like, I just mostly put that out there because a lot of people don't know. Like, I can tell you how serious it is. I was just testing my streaming setup where nobody could see it. It was set to private. And I happened to have had the, I think that at the particular time, it had like either SmackDown or Raw was playing through my audio while I was testing it so I could hear something and make sure everything was working. And that triggered the system, and they just like shut it down. Like even my test stream, I didn't get like penalized or anything through YouTube. They were just like, hey, because of copyrighted stuff, we can't have this playing and blah blah. I was like, oh, it doesn't even matter if it's going out to people. Just the fact that I was streaming it and potentially recording it was still enough to get them to shut it down. Which is kind of wild. Cool to know, but kind of wild. Because I didn't know. I was just like, oh, well, if I just testing the stream, like, that's fine. And it made sense to me because I'm listening to it anyway, you know. But nope. That's they are very serious about it. Don't toy with corporations and their products is always the lesson. All right, found an opponent. Oh no, this is bad. This is very, very bad. It's mulligan. Okay, this is significantly better. Slumbering Trudge. That guy's going to be around for a while. I don't need two of these. One of these can definitely go in the yard. Alright, Llanowar Elves, I see you. Another Trudge. Alright. Well, what are we looking to do? I guess we're just digging to find some Reanimator card, right? That's the first step. That's not it, but also don't hate it. I'll put this in the yard, because worst case scenario, we can get it back with an Overlord of the Belmark. We have 2 7s in the yard. Okay. Really, if we could just reanimate one with Zombify, it'd be good enough. I don't think we have to go too crazy. Oh, gosh. There's a Galta? Oh, that's so good. Using the Trudges to make Galta cheaper. That is fantastic. Like, that's fun, man. Congrats to the opponent. That's hilarious. I'm not even mad at that. That is cool. All right, we can't take a beating from a Galta. Like, that's just, we can't do that. All right, play a land. No attacks. Oh, they had another one? Oh my goodness. Oh no, I hear you when you tell me like, oh well, other people do it and whatever. That's other people. I'm not taking a risk on anything. Sometimes other people get away with things because they just haven't been caught yet. No, 2 Reanimator spells were on top. Gosh dang it! And I almost played Split Skin Doll first. Oh, that sucks. Dang it! Oh, we'd have been home free. We'd have been able to deal with Galta too. Oh, this is unfortunate. This is the part where they say the wheels fall off, friends. Alright, well, we'll block and hope we get lucky. Yep. Man. Oh, yeah, we just... Bit of unfortunate luck there. Good, cool deck, though, from the opponent. Fun way to try to play green. I mean, that's one where we got a bit unlucky from the opponent having double Trudge and double Galta, and we flipped the wrong cards in the graveyard, right? Like, that was a perfect draw for them and an awful draw for us. Like, we couldn't have had that go any other way. That was pretty rough. But yeah, when it comes to, like, same thing where people go like, oh, well, this person plays popular music on their stream, or this person doesn't. I'm like, I get it. And they may have gotten away, but I also see all the examples where a lot of people didn't get away with it. And it's not worth the hassle. It never will be for me. And I tell people all the time, like, part of the reason, and I did this even with my business, you know, it's just the way I've always lived, is if it could potentially create a hassle, I don't want to end up at some point in the future, one, wasting time dealing with it or legal ramifications, and two, having to go back through everything, correct it, fix it, do all this stuff, or lose the library of things or whatever. It's just not worth it. I don't know why people do it, honestly, because the benefit doesn't outweigh the reward for a lot of people. Even when you're talking about like doing the watch along or whatever, cool. You might be able to hear a little bit of it or whatever, fine, but like I couldn't imagine ever putting it on screen and letting people watch it with them or whatever. Like, just couldn't do it. Like, zero chance I would risk it. I am very risk averse in that regard. Where are the opponents at? I want to reanimate some monsters. To be fair, though, we've had some bad luck as far as our flips, our card draws off the split skin dolls. We have not done great. So, can't even really blame it on the cards. We just had some bad luck. Things have not lined up. Oh, one land. No, we can't keep this. Much as I want to, we can't. Ral doesn't destroy a creature. Ral surveils, makes somebody discard, return a thing 3 or less, and the coin flip thing. You're thinking of the black-green planeswalker. We're gonna mulligan. Yeah, oh, okay. I guess we'll try our best. I don't even know which of these I want to keep. I guess it has to be Overlord, because there's a world where we may, like, just have to cast it if these get duressed or something. Somebody's actually playing Studious First Year. That's cool. I mean, I might as well keep it, since I'm going to play a Shadowy Backstreet tapped next turn. Alright. Opponents doing lots of ramping here with their little duder. Ah, no land? Alright, well, to the yard with you, man, I guess. Whoa, 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 cancel. We don't want to get rid of a bear. Alright, you got it. Uh-oh. Nope. Nothing. Huh. Let's try a split skin doll. No counters or anything? That's weird. What are you doing then, opponent? Alright. Kind of confused about what's happening right now. Oh, I see. You're going to blink your guys. So this is like a 3 or 4 color prepared deck? Interesting. First Year, you got it. Go do your rampy things, friend. Yep, you got it. I mean, I guess we try. This is why we kept it. If it gets countered, we at least have a chance to get it out of the yard. We have 2 shots to get it out of the yard, actually. Okay, that worked. A little unexpected, but we'll take it. Yeah, get lost, totally reasonable. Blink one of your bears. Makes sense. Yeah, no attacks. So we kind of, in a way, still got what we wanted, because we have the Overlord of the Mistmoors in the graveyard regardless. So now we're just hoping they don't have a counter. And so, having 2 bitter triumphs kind of makes this a awkward situation. But let's go ahead and test the water. Cutzel's Flanker, sure, that works. Like, we assumed there was going to be something. That's why I was like, let me just see first before we commit to anything. Alright. Helpful Hunter. You got it. Airbender. That's pretty cool, because now you can bounce your own thing and reset it. Though it looks like... Well, they won't have to tap out. They'll get to pay 2 for it. Unless they play it now. Which we wouldn't mind, let me tell you. Alright, how do we want to go about business? Let's juice a token, because it makes sense to want to attack with one of these. Only to find a land. That's tough. And to find a land. Gosh dang it. Oh, bruh. That's tough. That's tough. That hurts. Alright. You get to play a Sky Coach. I will be getting rid of one of these lands, let me tell you. Guess it doesn't really matter which one at this point, does it? Alright. I was about to say, they probably have better top decks than we do, but we'll see. Oh, I should have targeted the cat. I wasn't paying attention. I could have got rid of it before they drew. I think I'm so disheartened about our draws that I didn't even think about it. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take 2. Alright, you're something. Nothing helpful, but you're something. Alright, Vaultborn Tyrant, I guess. Let's get in with the 2 flyers. In the turn. So this is a weird situation, because we're also trying to stay at around 7-8 life. But we have 2 removal spells, so like this is a little weird. Also, if they attack, then we can consider removing things. Like this is all very weird. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'd still have 5, 6, 7. So we could do everything. So yeah, we just draw. Let's try to attack. Let's pay 7. Okay, that just worked cleanly. Oh, and another Bitter Triumph. Okay. Cool. Oh, okay, it's just giving the GGs at this point. Fair enough. It wasn't worth it. I see some people say, like, kill the creatures or whatever. It's not worth it to spend your spells when your opponent, one, has cards in hand, can possibly, like, bounce, trigger, has stuff like Sky Coach Conductor that could flicker something, right? Like, it's better to just wait, right? We were going to have 7 mana no matter what the next turn, so we would still get to cast all the spells we need to cast if they responded. So we could wait, see what their actions are first, then do our thing. Because right now, if they don't have anything in the way, we're just winning with the insects, right? Even if they would have countered the Vaultborn Tyrant or whatever, these were 2 attacks that are just going to end the game. So we just protect those and let those punch through. We don't have to worry about the creatures on the ground, right? We have a couple of blockers and other stuff going on. So sometimes when you can use the spells, doesn't always mean it's the best time to do so or the right situation to do so. Having to stream in parts mean you're hustling? Yeah. Well, you know, when we do the early access thing, that is real. And plus, it's healthy to not do it all in one sitting. I don't know how other people do it or why other people do it, to be honest. I think to each their own. I just don't think I could do it. All right. let's talk about this mess. Let me move these over here. All right. Overall, what do we feel about it? I mean, honestly, it's a reanimator deck, right? You're going to fill the yard, you're going to get yourself out, and when you do, it's going to be awesome. When you don't, it's going to feel clunky and weird. The fun thing, though, is I think that what we learned about Fix What's Broken is it's a really solid card, and you can build a few different ways, right? Especially because of stuff like the elementals. You can have 2-cost things that end up in your graveyard that later are 5s or 6s, right? So if you base your deck around 5, you get a different chunk of creatures you do at 6 and at 7. So I think there's going to be a lot to look at and explore as to what are the best options and which way you want to build, right? It's what cards you're going to play to, one, buy you time, which is your removal and whatnot, or in some cases, Rouse Eric. And then what are you going to use to fill the graveyard, and then what things are you reanimating, right? I think you almost have to do those 3 categories if you're going to build this type of deck. And if you're going to play Fix What's Broken, you basically look at cards in cost, right? What do I get at 5? What do I get at 6? What do I get at 7? And whatever you decide to play, because I think they're all, hell, 4 might even be reasonable, honestly, if you want to look into that. And then just decide, based on the creatures you're going to play, whatever 12 to 16 creatures those are going to be, then the rest of the deck is built around those. I think that's kind of how you have to look at it. But overall, yeah, this worked. It was a Reanimator deck. And we did, now, to be fair to the deck, we did have some weird draws, right? There were a few times that stuff just didn't come up right, or we flipped the wrong cards, or we got stuck on lands. So, like, that's a thing. That's just part of playing Magic. So, who knows? But overall, pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Fix What's Broken's, I don't know if it's fixing what's broken, but it could cause some problems. I don't think it'll make things broken, but it'll definitely cause some problems. I don't know if this is going to be popular enough that we have to focus more on graveyards or not, but it is something to keep an eye on in the early part of the season. But yeah, link could be over on Moxfield if y'all want to tinker with the numbers, move stuff around, whatever. But if you play Reanimator, hey, this is an option. But that's all of you for now. We'll see you next time. All right. That one's Dunsky. So just kind of going down the list. Let me check that one off. And then we'll move into... Man, is this pen not right? What happened? Oh, there we go. And then we'll do Merfolk next, I think. But yeah, I think that's the thing. Just a lot of times it's... You want to get eager to just, I got to remove stuff. You know, I got to get this off the battlefield. I don't want my opponent to have blockers. But you also have to pay attention to the texture of things, right? Does my opponent have cards in hand? How much mana do they have available? You know, what is my life total at versus their life total? Because it may not even matter if I attack through. Because if they flash something in, will they be able to attack me for lethal? Right? There's a lot of little things you have to think about. And I think that's what leads to a lot of losses. Is when people don't think about those things. All right. Let's fire up and let's go get... Where is it at? The Merfolk pile. The Quandrix deck, I'm still surprised we did so well with that earlier. That was so funny. So yeah, that'll be a fun video when that comes around if y'all missed it. Also, the Mono Green aggro deck was super, super fun. That Wild Growth Archaic did a lot of work in that deck. This only plays 21 lands. Is that accurate? All right. 21 land Merfolk. Sure, boss. Let's see what happens. Because I got no idea. All right, what's up, Dragon Brood? Some more early access stuff, but... This time, we're going to be taking a look at Merfolk, and this becomes courtesy of Yeoman 5. I made a couple of small changes to it, but overall, this is kind of the list he put together. This is 21 land Merfolk, which is kind of wild. But we start with Wonderbrine Trapper, so we can pay 1, tap it, and tap another untapped creature control to tap a target creature opponent controls. So basically, tap a mana, tap 2 creatures, tap something down from the opponent. We do have Harmonized Trio, so this is a way we could brainstorm and keep digging for a lot of stuff, which is really cool. Cenote Scout. This is just a merfolk that possibly gets bigger. But Deeproot Pilgrimage, with all the things that we have that tap stuff, can end up making us a lot of extra 1/1 merfolk. Silver Guild Mentor. This is just a quality card. Comes in, makes a token. Deep Channel Duelist. This gives our other merfolk +1/+1. At the beginning of our instep, untap something, so we could get multiple uses, maybe, of Trio. Deep Way Navigator. It's a 2/2 with flash. When it enters, untap each other merfolk we control. And then, as long as 3 or more things attacked, everything gets +1/+0. I am playing a copy of Mana Sculpt because, one, it's a counterspell, but we do have enough other actual wizards. Not a lot, but enough to just want to play with it. It's a new card. We'll see if it works out. Disruptor of Currents. This is just fun. When this enters, return up to one of the target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. It does have Convoke. Again, a way for us to tap stuff with our Deeproot Pilgrimage. And then Harmonized Crescendo. So for all the dudes we have, we go ahead and potentially just draw a bunch of cards. Nothing wrong with that. And then, of course, Mockingbirds. We can copy most likely some of our stuff like the Deep Channel guy and whatever. So we can pump our team up and try to come across the finish line. But yeah, 21 land, merfolk. This is going to be a crazy experiment. But what's not experimental is the fact that you can save 5% on all your Magic purchases over at Tales of Adventure. So go to toamagic.com and you can get that 5% off by just using my code DRAGON, which is DRAGN. But I guess we need to come up with a jingle for that at some point. But, you know, for now, we're just going to go see if we can beat down with some merfolk. Where'd it go? There we go. Submit the deck. Delian looks like the new Severus Snape. Oh, Severus Snape. I see what you're saying. I maybe kind of sort of. I mean, the thing is, it's like Snape is just a version of other characters too, though. You know what I mean? But yeah. He does have that kind of dark and brooding look, but he'll probably still take care of the kids. I guess we keep this, right? We're not throwing this away. Dress me. Nope, it's a Llanowar Elf. That, honestly, this is my concern, if there is a real one. It's just, how are we going to race the other decks? I don't know that we are, but let's go Merfolk. Cornucopia. All right. Well, that's not what I expected to see. I guess we could go 2 trappers. Nah, let's just do this. I will show you a merfolk that's already on the battlefield. All right. Almost went with 2 trappers because it's a little more power, but I mean, we could still trapper plus navigator this turn. We'll see. Plus, there's more combinations where you can play a 2 and a 1. There would be no combinations of playing a 2 and a 2 next turn. What is this? Target player discards 2 cards, put up to 1. Oh, yeah, we saw somebody else play this. So that, yeah, sure. You can have these knuckleheads, I guess. Hey, we got us a Cenote Scout, just because. Hey, Scout. Yes, I will take a pilgrimage. How'd you know that's what I wanted? Flash this dude in. Let's untap some things and deal some bonus damage. Alright. Professor Delian.
My job is to teach. I can heal you.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, all right, cool. Just to the dome, I guess. All right. Yep. Okay, we didn't get to do the fun things, but it worked. I do think Merfolk has a chance to be competitive with the 2 Merfolk that were spoiled in the Marvel set. I don't even know what Merfolk were spoiled in the Marvel set. I'm one of those people that, like, if I see previews, I kind of just glance at them if we're not in the hardcore preview season. And then anything that's not official basically doesn't exist on my radar. Okay, we got the fun parts. Let's keep it. Oh, we're not going to get to keep our little harmonized trio, are we? Oh, that makes me sad. All right, here's what we're going to do first. I don't think we're going to run the trio out there just to die. That's pointless. All right. Is now where we want to run the trio out. Probably not. Let's just make us a double set of merfolk here. We do have to show them that we have the trio, because it's our only other merfolk. All right, what do we got going on? All right, that's not so bad, right? Call merfolk. Let's play the pilgrimage. Attack with just the mentor. Alright, opponent wasn't interested in our shenanicanery. Alright. They haven't played a removal spell yet, so something's coming. It's just, what is it? Like, what type of removal are you playing? Oh yeah, they're checking out our creatures. That harmonized trio's about to get it. Oh, they just said, no, I'm just going to kill everything. That's fair too, I guess. Yeah, sure. Alright. Mosswood dude. Oh. Well, I wasn't expecting to draw you, but that's something. Obviously merfolk. So if I play this, I would still have the mana to crescendo. That's something. Alright, let's pass the turn. See what they do first. I mean, you're not just going to play your dude again, right? Oh, you're going after that. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get a token off of it first. Merfolk. Yo, it's cute that I could have called Wizard. Alright, Mutable Explorer. That is a thing. Oh, have something during our upkeep? Let's... Huh. This is interesting, because... Is there a way I could tap? No. Alright. Sure. I was just debating if I wanted to have an attacker untap, but I think this is fine. We could always play this pre-combat. Let me go ahead and brainstorm, though. Because of... Oh. Another harmonized crescendo. That's something. I guess we just discard the starting town, and... I say discard. We're putting back on top of the library. These are fine. They can go back. Alright. Sure. Actually, you know what? We could do this again and get a card deeper. That's kind of funny. So yeah, let's do that. This is all with this still on the stack, by the way. This is gross. And then we'll just get more cards. Right? This is funny. This is all responding to a creature getting removed. Alright, cool. I ain't even mad about it. That's cool as hell. That's a fun turn. I mean, we're probably losing our board, but that's fine. We are okay with that. Oh, nope. They're just going to draw cards. This has become a battle all of a sudden. They're gaining a lot of life, drawing cards. We're doing a bit of the same on our side. Not life gain, but drawing cards. Okay, sure. Opponent's just playing infinite removal, but sure, man. Alright, fair enough. Let's play a land. Play Merfolk. That works. And then I could flash this in after the fact. So I think we just wait. Let's pass the turn. And the opponent, literally, look at their yard. It's literally just been all removal spells except for their Mutable Explorer, which they actually killed. Like, so ridiculous. But let's see how this goes. Sure. You know what we're gonna do? We're going to flash this in. Make a token. And I would like to attempt to return that to my hand. Thank you. And then we're going to sweep the board again. Yep. I was just like, how'd I know? Alright. Sure. Why not? Best turn. Alright. More life, more cards. I'm assuming more removal. Which would make a lot of sense. Mutable Explorer? Sure. Flash a Dread Knight. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I guess it doesn't matter. They know what's in our hand anyway. Man, we have so much mana. We have almost as much mana as the opponent, and we didn't even draw it. Or, well, we did draw. We actually both drew a lot of cards, I guess. Sure. I need a Merfolk Flyer right now is what I need. Yeah, untap a guy, sure. Oh, here comes again. Oh, alright. Oh, that's a thing. I told people, though, we're going to see a lot of this Decorum Dissertation. I believe we're going to see a lot of that card. Can you find something else to pump up our Merfolk and try to end the game? Nope. Alright. Won't add another sweeper. Sure. I mean... Alright. I'm just going to give them the GGs, y'all. I don't even know if I want to finish this one out. Like, even if we can, I don't even want to bother. I'm not even going to use that for content. That game was boring. Like, even with a possible comeback, I don't even want to, like, I'm almost mad I had to play through that. Like, here's the thing, though. Like, and I get it. If we're playing competitive games, cool, whatever. If we're on the ladder, let's go for it, right? I don't have a problem with it. But I do get how when a new player runs into that, that's just not fun, right? All your cards just don't do anything. Now, to be fair, if I was playing this on a regular ladder deck, I'd have a few more counters, or I'd probably have some Quandrix charms or some stuff like that. And like some of their stuff wouldn't be as effective, right? That's the reality. Like, so to see all that on the ladder or on the early access, it's like, bro, what are we doing? Come on. To be fair, though, they did play some new cards. Or a set of new cards, I guess. Oh, that's not true. They played a couple copies of the Dissertation as well. Those were in there. So they did cast that. But it's like, man. Oh, no. If you're on the ladder, people play it out. Like, I don't get it because, like, if I'm trying to... Let's say I only have 2 hours to play. And I was going to hop on Arena. Like, I wouldn't choose to play that type of deck because I'm going to get to play, like, I don't know, 4 games? 5 games? Like, that's not, you know, what are we doing? But also, in that setup, if I'd have been playing like a burn deck or anything, haste creatures or whatever, they probably would have just died. Or bigger creatures. It just coincidentally, we ran into the deck where we're playing like the Merfolk stuff, right? But again, I don't fault anybody for it. It's a legal way to play Magic. I mean, the cards exist. You know, if that's your jam, go for it. Alrighty. We'll keep it. Let's take a little bit of damage here. 2/2? Hey, it actually was a 2/2. And a Mana Sculpt. That's cool. Fix What's Broken, which we just played in a deck. It's not... You're not really playing combos. You're just saying, okay, how do I just get to do a lot of damage or gain a bunch of life when I get a bunch of things in the battlefield? Take your pick. I mean, you could go all the way to 9 if you wanted to. If you wanted to play Valgavoss and summon Bahamut's, you could play... I don't know. There's a whole bunch of ways you could do it, actually. A 1/3 is almost a roadblock for us, so we don't like that. How do we want to go about business? We could just copy that. A little lame, but I'm probably going to do it anyway. See if we can find something. I guess it wouldn't have really mattered. Maybe I actually shouldn't have copied that. Now that I'm thinking about it. Oh well, I guess we're going to copy this. If we miss and get a map, we can at least try to attack for 3. We didn't. We got a land. Okay, well, that sucked. Like the worst possible sequence of cards there. Yep, need some of our team buffs. Oh yeah, that trio's just dead. Yeah. No surprise. Or if we could draw a bunch of cards, that would be nice. I'd be down for that. Yeah, no blocks. You got it. That does none of the things we need to do, deck. What are we doing here? All right. Come on. Yep. I feel like their deck's not really doing what they're trying to do either. Oh my gosh, come on. What's been happening today? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess if we find a crescendo, we get to draw a bajillion cards. That'd be kind of fun. I mean, if they just pick off our little guys, like, you just do that all day. We don't really care. Like, we're not going to waste a mana sculpt on that. Alright. Your creature gets to enter the battlefield. You know what? I might double block their land. Because we're not doing anything else. Of course, now I'll draw the crescendo with fewer creatures, and just I'll feel bad, but it is what it is. Ugh, gross. All right, man. Doesn't really matter. Talk about the all-time feels bad. Like, we've drawn nothing but all the small creatures in the deck. Like, even if we just found the enchantment, we'd at least been able to attack and, like, generate some extra bodies in the meantime. That would have been something. Yep. And then now the opponent will be able to gain some life. They'll be able to prepare their card. Yep. Makes sense. Oh. Well, do we want to block everything on the... Yeah, okay. Wasn't expecting you to attack. Oh my gosh. Like, seriously? Oh, man. Sometimes it's like that, y'all. Yeah, there's no point in even attacking. Like, I think we've only drawn lands and Silvergill Merfolk, or Mentor this game. That's tough. Sure. Yeah, they're checking to see if we have any wizards. We do not. Not that the mana would mean anything for us anyway. Yep, get your sign in blood. No blocks. Okay, you got it, opponent. like we're just doing nothing but drawing lands. Like, come on. We just drew lands and Silvergill Merfolks that whole game. Tough life. Tough life. Which is funny because there's people that believe that for whatever reason, like, streamers don't ever have any bad draws happen or blah, blah, blah. Like, no, it happens to us just like everybody else. All right, we'll keep. Get rid of that Harmonized Crescendo. Now, it's funny. This is one of those times I kind of just want to find a map because we're probably going to need lands. Ah, of course we didn't get it. Alright, I guess I gotta get rid of it, because we have to find mana. Oh, I'm glad they didn't attack, because, honestly, I just had the thought of, like, I wouldn't have had a way to play the Silvergill Mentor if they did. Because I'd have to not block, which would have sucked. Okay. They're not attacking or blocking with their emissary. I like that. There's black. Get to pump some dudes up. Okay. put this on Merfolk. Now we have some things to think about. We can counter something with the Sculpt, and we do have a Merfolk. Or a Wizard, I mean. Yeah, I think we just pass. Why is this card in here? Oh, I guess for the life gain, whenever you have a creature in it. That makes sense. Alright. Oh, yeah, that's definitely an easy target. You got it. Interestingly, we could make us a black if we wanted to. I don't know what that does for us, because it puts counters on pests, bats, insects, snakes, spiders, which we have none of. So just black itself would potentially get bigger at some point in the future for some reason. I think we're better off just playing Duelists and then copy the Duelist probably is our best bet. Duelists, copy the Duelists. And then that leaves us with 4. We'd only have to tap one thing. What if I tap the new creatures? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, and then we have the 3 other mana already. I'm just trying to think of like what we draw that we could use the mana with. I guess we just tap it all. And just try to leave as much mana, I think is the play. Another crescendo. Okay, sure. Alright. So this gets kind of interesting. Because then now we also have Disruptor and whatever. So this will be fun. Let's untap the ground creatures that we may potentially block with. Alright. Why are you attacking with black? Oh, we're not blocking. Like, whatever. You might just have another one. And they're like, well, I'll trade a black for one of your guys and just get another one onto the battlefield. Yep. See? How'd we know? How'd we know? Like, that just looked a little too suspicious, honestly. Sometimes things just don't look right, you know? Alright, so with all this flash stuff, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 potential mana. Okay. Put that on Merfolk. So we attack. We flash this in. Bounce black. Yeah, I think that's the play. And then we just return black, I think. Yep, block what you will. Alright, they go to 6. Untap you. Oh, just a lonely black. He will not hold the fort on his own. Yep. Yeah, this is just cards on cards. Alright. Cool. I mean, Merfolk can still do stuff. I will say, though, that was a turn where we got to actually get to use the mana from the Mana Sculpt. So that was kind of nice. It helped us play 2 extra spells that turn. Let's keep it. How many brainstorms do you think we'll cast this game? Oh gosh, do we need that? Probably not. Like with 2 others, I mean, if they just don't make it, they don't make it, you know? Really? All 4 of them were in the top. Wow, that's wild. Well, you know, magic's crazy sometimes, I guess. Let's go Harmonized Trio. I guess I'm just going to play the other Harmonized Trio to give us a chance that one of these makes it. Oh. Man, not quite enough, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dang it. Why weren't one of you a land? That's tough. Let's try Snow Scout. You did indeed find a land, though. Put this on Merfolk. And I think I'm just going to pass. Because here we can actually draw a bunch of cards if they try to sweep the board or something. Or if not, we could just trio, brainstorm. I don't know. We'll see what they do. All right, we're going to draw 4 cards. I mean, they could kill one and then we only draw 3. So that's fine. Yeah, we can live with that. Wow, and I am glad we did. Gee bus. That was not going to be good. Wonderbind Trapper. Play that on Merfolk. I guess we just attack for 2 and set up to draw more cards in some way, shape, or form. Don't want to overcommit because they're playing black-white, so there's a lot of ways we could lose our board, obviously. Emeritus of Woe. Okay, that's a thing that happens. I would like to find something to get that out of the way. That helps. I was just like, just anything that gets that out of the way. I don't care how we do it. Island, and we will just... Are we just attacking if we do that? I think I'm going to leave up the option to be able to brainstorm. And attack. All right. And then we could potentially just copy the currents, and then that should get us where we want to go. All right. Tap, tap. We'll brainstorm. Oh, or we just currents the hard way. That's cool too, I guess. Yeah. Let's get rid of some of these other lands we just don't need, really. Let's put these like this. I guess it doesn't really matter. Alright. We will probably just currents attack. I don't think we really do much else. No need to get too tricky. Just try to end the game. And then play a starting town tapped. And then we have enough creatures that we could try to just restock the board. Okay, we're good. If that's all they're worried about doing, we're solid. Killian's confidence. Wow. Wow. Okay. Oh, I only needed to do it for 4 or whatever. Alright. We just managed to keep everything out of the way. Okay, we're going to play probably 3 or 4 more games with Merfolk, and then we'll swap it up and play something else. Do. Why is my camera drifting? I just realized it's, there we go. Give you a little better framing. Come on, opponents, where you at? We gotta get more games in. Gotta play some more decks. Still have an Oculus deck and a Professor Delian deck we want to play. Want to get all those in. And then we still have some other videos we got to make because we have our craft, don't craft videos that usually come out on Monday before set releases on Arena. So that's coming too. If you haven't subscribed on YouTube, at least go do that so you get those on Monday. Or if you're a YouTube member, be sure to check out the community posts because I'm trying to find out what cards y'all want me to do single card strategy videos over as well. All right, let's see what we got. Sure. Let's call Merfolk. See if we can get a 2/2. We cannot. Man, I swear, with Cenote Scout, I think I only get what I want off of it like 20% of the time. When I need it to be a bigger creature, it's not. When I need a land, it's not. It's just like the wrong combo. Which is so funny to me. Gonna attack? Gonna erode? Yes. Alright. Glad I didn't play this duelist ahead of time, because I thought about it. I got rewarded. Alright. I mean, I say got rewarded. Our hand's 4 lands, so, like, we're still way far from doing anything productive. Alright, you got it. So we're just playing against Azorius Control, I suppose. Whoa, how was our starting town untapped? Oh, it's still the 3rd turn of the game. I just forgot. Like, they helped us fetch a land. Oh, that's so weird. I was like, wait, how's that a thing? That shouldn't work. Alright, we need some help deck very badly. Because I have a feeling we are not going to keep these creatures. Oh, no. Oh, what are we hoping for? Well, that usually signals some type of life drain combo about to happen, so that's unfortunate. I'm just trying to think, like, what would we draw that... I guess... Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I mean, if we don't get anything, we don't get any... Oh. Alright. Like, what do... Like, this has just been my luck in early access. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, you got it. I mean, I'm doing a whole lot of nothing. So if we're drawing Crescendo and lands, I believe, has been all we've seen this game. That's tough. He's probably wondering what we're doing with all these cards in hand. But the answer is actually nothing. Yeah, just get in here and finish us, please. Like, bro, just kill us. Can this not be crude? You know, you should have crude that and attacked. Let us die. Put me out of my misery. Now at least you can trample over and kill me next turn. Oh, well now... See, I hate when this happens, because now we draw a card that kind of, sort of keeps us in the game. Alright. I would rather have just not drawn anything so we could just end it all. Okay, sure. You got it. Yeah. I mean, you probably have a removal spell, but we still got to do what we got to do. We pass. We block. Block. Is it safe to take one? Could you control gain trample and lifelink next turn? Yeah, I think that's fine. We'll sign blocks. Alright. Let's go ahead and try to get us a brainstorm. Nah, they're not going to let us have it. Yeah, I figured as much. That's okay. I mean, that was the best thing we've drawn the whole game, so, you know. Alright, we're at 4. Basically dead, but that's fine. Man, what do we even bounce? Like, nothing's good. Oh, this is bad. This is very, very bad. Like, we could bounce the token, and I guess they wouldn't be able to do anything else? Why did they not make it? Oh, did you not gain life that turn? Oh, I guess not. Alright, I guess we'll bounce their token. It's not nothing, I guess. I mean, keeps us in the game for a second. I mean, if they have a removal spell to go with their Enduring Tenacity, we basically lose as well, because we have to block, go to 1, and our hand is just 2 Cavernous Souls. Yep. Sounds good. I mean, we do what we gotta do. Oh my gosh. Alright, sure. I tried, y'all. We literally didn't miss a land drop. Like, I don't... like, I don't know what you want me to do. That's a tough one, because we just didn't miss land drop with literally 21 lands and still somehow... It happens, you know. That's just a tough one. If we could have found anything to pump stuff or maybe give us a different possibility of outs, but man, we had nothing. Even a counter to stop like the tenacity would have been okay. Because then they'd have to find another way to try to attack, and maybe we could have turned it around, but not like that. Let's go a couple more. Mostly because I don't get to use that silly long game in our footage. Because it was just watch the opponent play a bunch of sweepers. Like, that's not fun. We go first. Not with this, we don't. Man, triple Disruptor of Currents. That's not what we want. We will keep this, though. And this is a tougher decision. I guess? Huh. Alright. Don't really know how I feel about that. I will admit, I don't have a lot of respect for the Studious first year, so I'm glad to see other people playing it, and maybe I'm wrong, you know? I will show you the Navigator. I won't show you the guy that actually pumps our team, because that's actually beneficial against the bear. Ah, but almost doesn't matter when there are 2 bears. Oh, that's not the second bear. That's just the bear's face on the regrowth thing. Not regrowth, rampant growth. Alright. If anything holds true from other matchups, they'll probably just be sweepers or something here anyway. And us stuck with our whole 2 land. I know, Requiting Hex, fair. And a researcher. Okay. Well, what's our plan here? You don't even have anything to get back yet, so that's not that scary, I guess. Not yet, anyway. I guess we just do this. Alright, no attacks. They did find a creature, though, so that's creature number 1 in their yard. And an Ice Still Explorer. Well, that's one way to get creatures over there. I'll tell you that. But that is not one of them. That is also not one of them. Okay. Things to do. Do we care about Crescendo or Harmonizer more? Is part of the question. I think, man, with one creature in the yard. Alright, I'm gonna pass. I think this is where patience is going to pay off a little bit. Or at least I'm hoping so. Alright, they got the 3 cards, but they have to surveil first and then have 3 to have the trigger happen. Emeritus. Sure. I don't hate that. Gonna give us a token? Love it. We have a flyer now. Oh gosh, you have all of that? Jeez. Alright, so here's the thing. Because they gave us a token, we can now disrupt her for free, play Navigator, and then Crescendo. Which, I guess we just let that happen, which is crazy to say. What are you reanimating? I guess Lewin, whatever. Nothing great. So I think we're fine with that. Alright. So here's what we're going to do. I think we take away the Demonic Tutor. Oh, this is during the attack step. Ah, my bad. Oh, I meant to do this during their end step. It's alright. We can still respond to everything, so it's okay. I'm going to just put full control on. It's not the end of the world. And then we'll draw. Merfolk. Alright, then we can take off full control. We've done everything we can do. And then we'll gain some life. Okay. I mean, we didn't get a lot out of that, if we're being real. I mean, we're holding a lot of lands. But we knew we were probably going to draw lands because we hadn't seen very many, right? So, how many things can we realistically attack with and be productive? I guess we play Wandervine Tapper. We play the Pilgrimage. I was thinking about leaving up Sculpt to deal with Meritus of Woe, but I don't know, man. Do your thing, I guess. Yeah, I mean, your truce, yeah, might as well block. Yep. Alright. Oh, and they have Agatha Soul Cauldron? Oh, man. Even if I'd have left up mana for the Sculpt, this would have been a bad situation. Yep. 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 I mean, can do whatever you need to do, opponent. Nothing I can do. Yep. Okay, Cenote Scout. You're a bit late to the party, but hey, at least you're here, right? I mean, I guess another pilgrimage? I don't know what it does. I guess it makes us creatures they can't target. I mean, that's something. So I'm trading 1 into 2, but they are at 4. They may eventually have to start targeting their own creatures with Swords of Plowshares. All right. You got it. Plowshare away. Yep, I was going to say, sooner or later, they're going to target their own thing to gain life. That makes sense. Yep, Meritus Woe, and now you can go search for a thing. And they know what's on top of our library, so that doesn't help our situation very much either. Alright. That's the biggest thing, because it keeps us from getting more tokens. Which is unfortunate, because they know what's on top of our library already. I guess we have to play this so we have untapped land for the sculpt. And then we just pass. I mean, our hand, like, if LevDev knew how bad our hand was, like, they'd feel way more confident. But, like, our hand's really bad. Tough spot. Tough spot. Sure, your creatures can be as big as they want to. We can't do anything about it. What do we want to do here? Let me see. How many creatures do you have left in your graveyard? 1? Alright, you tutor. Don't know what it is. Oh, Professor Delian. Oh, that's to gain life. Yeah, we don't want that. We're already so tight for options. How many are you playing? You playing 4? Maybe. Might just be playing 3, but that would still be enough. Alright, opponent went to 4. And they'll just be able to get a creature back from their yard next turn. Yeah, exactly. Just play it, so. Yeah, I don't think this little harmonized trio is going to be good enough. Yep. We're just in bad shape. Man, missing lands all those turns was rough. And now I don't know if we can recover.
I'll make short work of this problem.
Okay, they're gaining 3. So they didn't immediately go after our trio, but they have ways. Yep. No blocks. I mean, just get anything, exactly, that just kills the trio, and we're wrecked. And we need something that lets us tap creatures. Well, this guy could help. We'll pass. We're at 24. They're going to go up to at least 9 this turn, if not more. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, there's more life. This is tough, because I feel like we're only losing because we got stuck on lands, but it's still, sadly, in the realm of possibility that it's not over, but we'll see. If we could get... Oh, we haven't drawn one of the currents yet. If we could do that, maybe? That could be a thing. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Just draw a bajillion cards. Brainstorm to your heart's content. So, I mean, if they're tapping other creatures, we don't really mind. Like, we're kind of like, okay, go for it, you know? Okay. Shields aren't completely down here, but there's something. They have a regrowth, which is a sorcery, so if they want to use it, probably using it now. Getting the other Professor Delian to try to go up to 9, I imagine.
I need answers.
All right.
You're good. Never take growth for granted.
I mean, this probably doesn't do anything, but maybe. That hurts. That hurts. Yeah, we needed something better than that, is the problem. I mean, we attack, we make 3 1/1s, we play the Mentor, we have 8 creatures. I don't know if that's enough to do anything, but I guess we gotta try. I mean, not that it matters greatly, but it's a very feeble attempt to try and not die. In the turn. But, like, maybe we find her Crescendo, we find Currents. I don't know. Maybe we could try to make something happen. I'm assuming the answer is no, we can't, though. Yep. Alright, cool. We'll give them the GGs. We're not winning now. Like, they could drain us for 4. We have to chump block with something. It would have to be a miraculous set of cards for us to get there.
The right spell turns poison to medicine.
Alright. And now we just lose. Sure. Alright, GG's. That was a rough game. That was a rough game. That was one where we really just sat and did nothing the whole time. I just kind of looked at my opponent play cards. But I do think this could just have a couple more counters. But we'll talk about some things here in a second. And then we'll probably roll into the Oculus pile, being the next list we're going to play. How many people are involved? We got about 70 folks hanging out between all things. So welcome, everybody. Good to see you. Big chunk y'all hanging out on the YouTubes. Awesome. Always happy to see the peoples. Do I have to cancel and reconnect? That's what I feel like we need to do. All right, let's try again. Yeah, we really didn't even... As long as that game went, we didn't see any crescendos. We didn't see any director currents. We didn't... There were so many cards. We didn't see a sculpt. That's not true. We saw one sculpt. Yeah, that was kind of an awkward game for as long as it went, and we just really didn't see much. We saw no land into a bunch of land into not doing much. Yeah, Lev, we didn't have anything. Like, I was just sitting there letting you play cards. Like, our hand was nothing. We got stuck on 2 land, and then we drew a bunch of land. And that was pretty much the whole game. Like, So I just like, we'll let him play some cards for a while, and then that'll be it. Basically, you were just gold fishing. We didn't have anything for probably the majority of that game. At least 6 turns in there where we didn't have much of anything. I was really just hoping, if anything, maybe I draw like a crescendo, maybe I draw a sculpt director of current, something like that. Like any of those would have been fine, but we didn't draw any of them. Yeah, just had nothing. It's okay though. Opponents, where are we at? Come on. Oh, it's weird. It's doing that thing where it's like, hold on. Where it's playing the music from the last map we were on. Alright, now we can go back in. It's always weird when that happens. Like, it's not a super common thing, but occasionally it gets stuck on the music from a certain map. I notice that when I'm editing videos, I'm like, why is that the music sign? But it carries the video through the next game while we're on the map. You usually have to go back to one of the other screens, and then it'll fix it. I mean, the deck was fun, though. You did some neat things. Sorry I gave you a game that's boring for your viewers, because we really didn't do much of anything. Kind of just sat there. Okay. Sure, this is fine. You know what's funny? I looked at my opponent's pet, and I was like, is this cat on a go-kart? But it's like, no, he's just sitting on a little pedestal. But it looked like he was leaning over, like riding a little cart. Tells you how dumb my brain is sometimes. Let's put this on Merfolk. And hopefully find some other Merfolk along the way, because sand's looking a little dry. Though I will say, anytime I see somebody playing the Sentry, that falls under Sign of Shenanigans. Oh, weird. Oh, man, Currents is really good against Trudge, huh? Hadn't really thought about that. I think I'm willing to attack. Like, okay. See, now this tells me they're planning on doing something ridiculous with the Sentry. Because otherwise, you at least block the 2-1, right? Alright. What are you needing to keep the Sentry for so badly? Oh, because you needed the mana for the Galta. Well, that makes sense. Huh. You know what's funny? I feel like I'm the only one, when I've seen Galta, it's been from my side, but this is the second time today we've seen a Galta, which is highly amusing. Okay. So we can tap 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what? Let's pass. Because there is a world where we could harmonize into the dude that untaps stuff, and then could play Currents, and that could be kind of awesome. Alright. Let's try to go for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, cool. This is kind of a why not? You know, like, if it works, awesome. If it doesn't, awesome. Alright, we missed. We didn't get what we wanted. We'll take a big 12 ball to the face. Bebop and Rocksteady, sure. So the Sentry is literally here just to be fuel for everything else. That's kind of cool. Play Trapper. Play Trio. 2, 4, 6, 7. That's 7. I mean, we might be in the same situation as last time, where we're just gonna try to go over the top with a crescendo. Because we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That leaves us 4 mana. Or if we Currents first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'd still be able to draw cards. We'd also be able to tap with the Wanderbrine Trapper. You know, there might be a few things we could do. Let's just pass. We have a lot of options. Alright, opponent goes to attack. They have to sacrifice something. Yeah, resolve it. And then... Alright. So do we just bounce Galta first? Or do we draw first? I think we have to take the safe play, which is bounce Galta first. Actually, I did that wrong. I should have tapped the Silver Guild Mentors and block with the tokens. It's largely indifferent, though, I guess. Oh, do you have Trickery to protect it? Hexproof? Yeah, alright. GG's. Like, you got it, fam. Like, you win, I guess. That's a thing that happens. Alright. Cool. Don't know what that was, but okay. I also didn't play that well. I should have tapped something during their upkeep and whatever. I kind of let them get away with that one. That one's on me. I'm not blaming the deck for that. That's my poor play. Because I could have also tried to draw cards first, then untap and do some other things. Like, would have made a lot more sense. Yeah, sure. Sometimes you just make silly plays and you gotta admit the silliness. Oh, boy. I really wanted a land there, but that's fine. Good old nesting bot. Put this on Merfolk and probably... Yeah, I'm just gonna attack. Play this duder. Just a go wide kind of situation. An opponent does nothing. That's odd. Wow, and they have nothing. Okay, sure. Yeah. Would you like to give us a 1/1? Nope, they're getting the guy. That makes perfect sense, honestly. So attacking doesn't do a whole lot. It's not really even much good to copy. I can like bounce their flyer, but that's kind of neither here nor there. I can play this, attack, but I can't do that. Man, it's just like the wrong number of things. I guess we just pass. Sephiroth? What? The hell are you doing in there? Alright, I mean, I guess you have a Sephiroth. That is super awkward. Yeah. I mean, I can't say anything. I mean, he likes a lot of weird decks like I do, so we're both up to no good. Yeah. I'm gonna Disruptor Occurrence and make a token. Bounce Sephiroth. Trying to think how to not make this look super shady. You know what? Actually, this is fine. We attack. Play this duder. Untap everybody. Tap things. 3, 4, 5. Alright, that works. And then if we just lose our board, we lose our board. Alright, we didn't have to. Nice. Alright, let's talk about this and we'll move on to the next deck we want to play for the night. Do 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 do. All right. Overall, this feels like a pretty tight list. I don't think there's much I dislike about it. The mana sculpt is okay, but realistically could probably just be the oh, I guess the charm doesn't work because it's the wrong colors. It's not going to be a blue-white charm. So we need something else. But it's fine. But I think some other counterspell could work in here. Obviously, having some spot removal, I think, could work. But of all the cards, realistically, I think Harmonized Trio was just okay. I think we like the idea of Brainstorm, but it's Brainstorm at a cost, right? Like, you're not attacking with your creatures. You're having to leave extra mana up so you can take advantage of it and maybe play what you find. It's fine. You know, I think this is what I'd say about it. It's okay. I wouldn't say it's crazy. I think it's easy to just get it caught up with like, oh, but we could Brainstorm every turn. Like, sure, but why are we not just attacking with our Merfolk, right? I would almost split the difference here and turn 2 of these into something that pumps our team, right? Whether it's maxing out the Deep Channel Duelist or playing like the vehicle that you choose a creature type and then, you know, it gives everything +1/+1. I think something like that could work. And honestly, we almost never use Wonderbrine Trapper other than just being a quality 2/1. So if you wanted to play something else and cut this down 1 or 2, I don't think that would be insane either. I like Mockingbird if we have more copies of Navigator and Duelist. So if I were to trim down Trapper, maxing out the Mockingbirds is something I would consider, but after I add more Duelist as well. I think those are kind of a few different spots where we could get a little value. But being able to draw into Disruptor of Currents or whatever, we do have some crazy instant speed plays between being able to draw, flash in the Navigator, use the Navigator to untap everything so we could play the Currents and then bounce something, right? That's all valuable. The one thing I will say about this particular video instead of games is we had a lot of weird draws. We had some where we just drew tons of land. We had some where we got stuck on a couple of land. We had one game where I think we only drew the Silvergill Mentor and land. So it was like just a weird situation. It happens. You know, RNGesus wasn't looking down on me today. But that's just one of those things. Is this a thing I would play? If you want to play Merfolk, it's a reasonable option. But like I said, I would experiment with the spot removal, the counters, and, you know, cutting some number of Trio and Trapper. Because we do have a lot of creatures at 29. I think you could scale back to 25 or 26 and still be totally okay. And still have a fully functional deck with Merfolk. But yeah, link will be over on Moxfield. Y'all can check it out. Y'all know the drill. All the fun stuff. But that's all of you for now. We'll see you next time. Alright, that's enough of the Merfolks. Just so you beat Banner Stream, I was curious what you were running. Just Merfolk, nothing crazy. It just kind of is what it is. But you're welcome to join us. Nice to meet you, Mr. Brent Alexander. Me and Jay are buds anyway. I like Jay a lot. We're in a Discord together, so I was kind of curious what the rest of his deck was doing. Once I saw, if you were here, once I saw the Sephiroth, I was like, what this card doing here? What the heck? You know, so that was kind of funny. But yeah. All right. So let's Let me step away for like 3 minutes. I'll come back and then we'll pick up with an Oculus deck that we're going to play. And then we'll wrap up things, I think, with a Golgari list that plays Professor Deliol or whatever that guy's name is. And we'll see what we can do. So we will be right back. Give me about, like I said, 3 to 4 minutes. Okay, we're back. Need to just get more fluids in me. I'm a big fan of staying hydrated. What do we got here? So fruit punch Snapple, since I just finished my pink lemonade Snapple. To go with my other water in my smoothie for the day. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, he's playing the Pox card. That makes a little more sense. Yeah, I definitely am not playing Pox. That didn't feel like something fun for me to do on stream, so I skipped out on it. But we have seen a couple people playing Pox this today already, so that's kind of cool. All right, let's go. Let's see, where did we put the Oculus deck? I'm sure I saw it somewhere. There it is. Nope, that's the Crime Time deck. Or at least what I called it. All right. Anybody wrestling fans remember Crime Time? That was crazy. That was a weird time. In the late 90s, early 2000s. There's some things we had on TV. There ain't no way we could put on TV again. Like, there was literally wrestlers in the WWE. One was had a porn star gimmick, and one was a pimp. Like, for real. And the pimp was popular. Like, people forgot. Me and Dev were talking about this the other day. Like, the Godfather, the pimp, like, he actually had matches where he got credit for a win where he didn't even have to wrestle. He was like, because the dudes was bigger, he would just offer them some of his hose from his hoe train, and they would take the hose and leave, and there was a count out, and he got a win. Like, absolutely insane. Like, the fact that we got away with that on TV is wild. But anyway, we have some more Magic. How many new cards do we have in here? We have the Researcher, Ralzeric, and that's kind of it. But it's enough, I guess, to justify playing this. Souls of the Lost, blah, 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 Spell Pierce. I mean, I think... Actually, I'm going to... How many lands do we have? 20... I'm going to add a Researcher, and I might just do that. We're just going to play 61 with the Researcher. Crime Time was severely underrated as a tag team, and JHG is still going in. Yeah, I know. I've heard. All right, let's... Actually, by the way, here's a secret conversation between just me and those of you that are here watching and listening right now. Y'all need to kind of get on Dev to do the wrestling YouTube channel. Like, no joke, I already have a logo. I already have the first couple of episodes mapped that we could make content about. And I know a bunch of people have been asking us for like 2 years. So I told Dev, like, as soon as he's ready, we can start doing it. I should probably just go register to the YouTube channel anyway at some point and just lock it down just so we have it. But yeah, it's fun. I have some cool ideas. But our thing was, we both have audiences that are wrestling fans, or a reasonable chunk of them. And it'd be curious how fast we could get the channel monetized. Because you have to get to 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours watched. So basically, if we made some 20 to 30-minute episodes, we would need, like, I don't know, 2,000 people to watch them or whatever to get it over the thing. But it's possible. It's possible. I think we could do it in, like, a few weeks' time or a month or something if we were trying. But anyway, let's talk about this deck. What's up, Dragon Brood? This is going to be a fun one. We're going to get to play Oculus. We're going to get to play some other new cards. And we're going to try to fill the graveyard and get things back cheaply. Or at least grow things by sending stuff to the graveyard. Let's talk about it. So we're starting with Grand because, well, we don't have that many things spell-wise that get cheaper. But if Grand attacks and sends something to the yard and even herself goes to the yard, that actually kind of helps us out. Spell Pierce to just stop a few problematic spells. Moonshot, though I think Spell Pierce could maybe be some other counter, but we'll see as the games go on. Moonshadow, because again, we're going to be trying to send a lot of things to our graveyard. Requiting Hex and Bitter Triumph for some removal, but again, a way to send something to the graveyard. We do have Souls of the Lost that benefits from all the permanents in the graveyard. Likeness Looter that wants to copy something that's in the graveyard, but can draw and discard for us as well. And then Aberrant Oculus, so we could turn a Looter into an Oculus, which would be cool. We also have Grave Researcher that could reanimate an Oculus, potentially. Or I guess another Researcher. That'd be kind of cool. We do also have Carsey Revenant that could give stuff Flying Deathlink and Death Touch and Lifelink. I guess that's kind of a word if you put them together. And then Ralzeric that can also function as its own reanimator for something like an Oculus, but also can surveil and just put a bunch of stuff in the graveyard. Or allow us to discard an Oculus so that we could do some fun stuff with it. So it should be pretty interesting what we're going to be able to pull off with this one. But as a reminder, there's a brand new set out right now with Strixhaven. And if you want to put in some orders and save 5%, go over to Tales of Adventure. It's toamagic.com. If you use my code DRAGON, DRAGN, it'll save you 5% on whatever you get over there. So just want to point that out before we get into the games. But speaking of which, let's go get into those games. Wrestling YouTube is dying for new creators. If y'all get the ball wrong. Yeah, for sure. I think here's the thing. Well, here, I'll at least get it on camera so I can edit it in the video later. But yes, I do think wrestling YouTube could use some new creators, but I think the ones that are well established are very good. You know, we were talking about Santi Zap, the Stash Club Wrestling is a fun tandem. You know, I think they do some fun stuff. There's some good ones out there, you know. But the biggest deal is, and me and Dev talked about this, we're going to keep this, is if we were to do a wrestling channel, you know, we're kind of more positive than a lot of people are. And that would, I think, be different for the wrestling community to have a different perspective. Because I think the most positive people I watch are like Stash Club Wrestling, and they're just a fun tandem of folks. All right, we draw and discard. Bleh. Well, that sucked. I guess just probably a land. I don't even know what we're up against. It's a black-white land? Yeah, sure. I'll just play Souls of the Lost. And we will discard a card. Since we have Ralzeric and can get stuff back, it's like if they kill something, great, we'll just reanimate it. Or we'll Ralzeric it. I guess technically Researcher reanimates it. That's weird. We like to say reanimate as just like a shortcut to get something back, but now there's a thing that actually has reanimate. So that's going to make conversations a little weird. What are you? Leech Collector. Each opponent loses 2 life. Yeah, alright, sure, I guess. Let's attack first with Bopham and see what we get. Oh, another Ralzeric. Well, sure, I guess. And then we'll go ahead and just off that so we can continue attacking. All right. And that is only one creature still in our graveyard. What you got, opponent? What you got? They're thinking about something. Starscape Cleric. Well, fortunately, that doesn't block, so that's good. But it looks like they still have mana to play something. Beavers does block and drains us. And scries. So much value for 1 mana. And then we lose another life. So they're doing a life drain sort of situation. It's possible we may end up Ralzericing this turn anyway, but let's attack. Ooh. Maybe not. It's like, hold up. Wait a minute. Let's go ahead and... Yeah. Do I want to discard this? Am I just discarding a land here? That feels weird. But maybe we are. Alright. Mostly because I don't want to end up in some weird life gain loss situation with the cleric. I'd like to be able to just kill it and keep anything insane from happening. You are cursed. Yeah, Danhausen's wild, man. I've been following Danhausen since the pandemic, really. There's a funny video of him doing like a barroom brawl where he ends up doing the Pee Wee Herman tequila dance in the middle of the match on top of the bar top. It's crazy. I think that's how I first found him, to be honest, was because of that match. All right, opponent, what do we got going on? Wow, they're just attacking? Is this like... Alright. Oh, I thought maybe they were gonna, like, sneak something on the battlefield. I don't know what was happening. What's going on? Alright, I'm gonna discard a card, I guess. I mean, they have 4 mana up. They took damage for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Okay, they're going to Silver Quill Charm again. Okay. Well, that could have been worse. Alright, we want to attack first before taking something out of the graveyard. We are only at 4. Ugh, okay. Well, Grand, that helps. I think I might just Likeness Looter straight up. Yep, I think that's all we're doing. Bloodletter? Yeah, that's fine. That is neither here nor there. Alright. Is there anything good we do? Let's attack. Leave up the Likeness Looter. Blah. That's not what we're looking for. Sure. I mean, you gonna block our Grand? I was gonna say, if you're not, I'm cool with it, but I would assume you would. Alright, so this just means the opponent's likely just gonna Pox, right? Okay. Well, I guess if they do, they do. Just to make sure we have a blocker in case they don't. But it's probably just Pox and we lose. Actually, we lose half our life rounded down. So we would lose 3 and then go to 1? So actually, we're not dead. I mean, we go to 1 now, though, which, not good. Alright, we will draw and discard. Wow, Sparrow Pierce, you are forever late. I don't think you matter at all in the grand scheme of things. Alright. We will surveil and hopefully put something worthwhile. Oh my gosh! I guess we lose? Because truly nothing we can do here, right? Like, we could, like, copy a researcher. Copy a researcher. Oh no, Undercity Sewers comes in tapped, so we can't even do that. So, I guess we just draw. Yeah, we're just dead. Oh, and there's Oculus, like, way too late. Yeah. Sadly, don't have any real outs here. I mean, sure. Why not? We're quieting Hex. Yeah. Yeah. That's tough. I mean, all the opponent has to do is just make a demon and we die. Because they already unlocked the other room. Good game, though. It just didn't work out in our favor, unfortunately. Yep, just make your demon. I was like, don't do anything else. Alright, sounds good. You got us. So did you follow him and Orange Cassidy from the indie wrestling? Yeah, I found out about Orange Cassidy like just before he started, before he signed with AEW. But that's the thing that's crazy right now. People don't even know. Like, indie wrestling is almost as good as pros, just without all the, like, production, right? Because they don't have the budgets. But as far as, like, the in-ring work, the mic skills, there's some good stuff going on the indies. Man, I don't know what Snapple uses to make their fruit punch, but gosh damn, it's good. Man, we had so many opportunities. We didn't draw anything for so long. That's tough. I guess I could have been more aggressive about just copying the researcher or something. I don't know. It just didn't go our way. It's fine. But welcome everybody who's joining us to watch some Magic. All about 70 of y'all hanging out for the late stream. Oh, looks like we found an opponent finally. Oh, are we keeping this? I don't think we can keep this. That feels way too slow. This at least does stuff. Kind of. We only have blue mana though. Blech. Alright, well. Sure. Okay, we need a way to get some black mana next turn. I don't know if I'd say outright indies are always more fun to watch. I think they're just different. Alright, come on, deck. You know, I mean, you're kind of a thing. Why not? We're not going to be mad about it. Let's put this on black. I was just thinking I could try to grow those, but I think we'd rather just Let me attack for. I don't think it's going to change my options, but no, we're probably putting a Ralzeric in the yard though. All right. Okay. An opponent did nothing. That's feels kind of good. We attack with the Grand Grand. Damn, all these Ralzerics. What the hell, man? Are we gonna Ralzeric Surveil? I guess. Actually, here's the thing, though, right? What if we can actually get a Ralzeric to 7 in this scenario? I don't think we can. That's a long way. But part of my brain is just like, but maybe. Let's see what happens. Oh, sure. I guess y'all could both go in the yard. Whatever. Well, we will not be doing it with this first Ralzeric because we're going to be minusing to try to get us an Aberrant Oculus. Good thing, too, because we're going to have to try to kill a Mossborn Hydra. Oh, I bet you they're playing the thing that you sack 2 land, go get 4 land. I'd almost put any amount of money that's in there. Let's do this. Well, you know what? Let's actually kill this first in case there's some weird fight spell I'm not thinking about. Alright, there wasn't, but you never know. Let's get the Oculus back.
No slacking off.
You know, at this point, we're kind of functioning how we need to function. It's fine. Sure. Sapling Nursery, you got it. Let's attack. Oh, jeez. Well, I guess I should have played that Moon Shadow first, after all. Alright. Opponent said 10. By the way, those saplings can block flyers. Just something to note. We will discard a card. Yeah, that's fine. I'm thinking, I actually weirdly debated sacrificing a land, but with just 3, we'll likely need more at some point. Don't need the other Grand Grand. Probably don't need that. Oh, ooh, yeah, turn in Yuffie. Oh, yeah. I said, yeah, let's go for it. I mean, Carsey Revenant being in the yard, we could just put that on something else anyway. Probably a Moon Shadow. So if they played a land, fetched 4 lands. Okay, they didn't have it. I was just like, that could have been a lot of bodies. Oh, they could still do it, actually. Yep. I was wondering. That's what I was like, there's probably a way. Now, the good news is we can potentially remove something with Bitter Triumph, or we could also Carsey Revenant something, so there's going to be a lot happening. Alright. Let's... Are we reanimating anything? Not realistically. We'll probably see what goes away after combat. Let's... Actually, this is an interesting scenario. Because we could just get rid of the bigger creature. Huh. I guess we do that. Are we discarding? Yeah. Let's get rid of this guy. I think that's the way to go. And then when we attack, you don't really leave the opponent with good blocks. I mean, Grand Grand might as well get in there, right? Oh, well, I guess I could have attacked with everything. My bad. And then get back Oculus.
Time to pay you.
All right. Sure. All right. Have another one? Might be another planar engineering. Okay, it wasn't. All right. Still some blockers, but it's not nearly as bad as it was a second ago. Especially considering we could gain a lot by putting the Carsey Revenant juice on the Souls of the Lost. I mean, I guess technically the opponent would have blocked differently if I would have attacked with the other two creatures. They would have probably been at like 1 instead of 3, though. So, I mean, and we maybe get to keep one more creature. So there's some value to that. Alright, your Mossborn Hydra is gigantic. Do we have a removal spell for a Mossborn Hydra? That's the question. If not, none of this will matter. It likely doesn't matter anyway. Hey, I'll see you later, Dr. J. Thanks for stopping by. Opponent, you've already played so many land. What else are we doing? Oh, another Carsey Revenant. That's not quite good enough, I don't think. Yeah, these don't do anything. Yeah. Alright, we're just dead to the Mossborn Hydra. That's fine. Yeah, like I said, I think we could have attacked differently and maybe had a better situation there, but I don't think it changes enough. Not really. Okay, opponent goes first, sure. I guess we get to see how badly you have a removal spell. Okay, they didn't have it. Intriguing. Well? Huh. Discard a card. We're going to kill the Moonshadow now? Or you want to kill Souls of the Lost? Take your pick. Either way, kill one, it grows the other. We're okay with that. Oh, Bitterbloom Bear. Alright.
My words strike like lightning.
Each player discards a card. I'm not mad at that. Oh, because you're doing the same thing we're doing. Well, of course. That makes plenty of sense. Alright, well, what are we doing? I guess we're just playing a likeness looter? Alright, well, end to Ralzeric. One of those has Menace, my friend. Alright.
I'm done arguing.
Okay. So they needed their Ralzeric to get their Aberrant Oculus back. What is this guy? Oh, this is one like when it dies, you can have it come back or something. Yeah. Alright. Sure. You got it. Sure? Wow, that sucked. Alright. Surveil.
You really should take my advice.
Golly. This is abysmal. Alright. You could technically attack 3 into him. Alright. Okay. Well, lots of people are loving the pox today. So that's a real thing. Surveil.
Always pay attention.
Man, you know. Sure. How many creatures do we have in the yard? We have plenty. All right. So let's just slow some of that action down. And then attack with this guy, just because. I mean, it's a 7 ball. You gotta do something. Alright. Nothing? Nothing. Wow. Oh, another Poxplague. So we just go down to 1 creature? Oh, it's actually half the permanents. So hold on a second. But it's rounded down, right? So we still only lose 1 thing. I think I'm going to keep Likeless Looter. Alright, that resolves, I guess. I mean, actually, here's the weird thing. If we keep... So we sacrifice 3 things. So what if we go 1, 2... Actually, man, I should have lootered first. I think. Because I was just thinking, if I lootered for a researcher, then that actually is pretty good. So let's go 1, 2, 3. And then let's draw. Alright, don't need that anyway. And then as a sorcery, we could copy a dude. Actually, we have a flyer that's just a 7/7 at this point. And then some. So yeah, let's just go... Not even get too crafty about it all. Let's just have a big Souls of the Lost. And just say, alright, if you got something, you got something. Alright, works for me. Oh, they actually drew a removal spell. Gosh dang it. Alright, well, that's a thing that happened. Alright, fair enough. We go down to 2. I'm assuming that's a removal spell. We'll sacrifice a permanent. Why not? You got it. You win. But yeah, I should have looted first previously. If I'd have done that, I think we'd have been able to win. Because, like... Or I should have just copied the, dude when I could. And then... Would have been able to just reanimate something when I had, like, 8 life. And that would have ended it, too. What's the trigger on this coming back? Exile an instant or sorcery? Okay, yeah, we're good. Alright. Way to go, Souls of the Lost. Nice. Man, so many people are trying to play Poxplague today. Wrestling's going to the wayside in the USA. WB has done everything. I don't think that's true. Wrestling's just fine right now. There's plenty of entertaining stuff. And I don't think there's anything wrong with catering to international people. There's a humongous market outside the US for wrestling. I mean, technically, it's how AEW ended up getting big, right? They got a bunch of people from like New Japan and Stardom and some other places to come be in AEW and drew an audience. It was a smart thing to do. No, Vince hasn't bought the company back. Like, come on now. Now you're just saying stuff that doesn't even make sense. Like, people, y'all say some wild stuff on the internet sometimes. But yeah, I don't think that's the issue at all. I think the reality is, a lot of times, things you like about wrestling are a product of their time. You know, and sometimes you like a certain segment or a product at a point in time that's perfect for you. And then other times it's not for you because they are catering to a different audience. But that's just kind of how it works. That's just the evolution of business for everything, not even just wrestling. So yeah, I don't think it's that big a deal. No, Vince isn't buying the company back. The problem is, reason he won't buy it back is he would have to get it back from TKO, and TKO isn't letting that go right now. TKO can't let it go because WWE is a bigger cash cow than their MMA segment. So there's no way they'd let Vince buy it back. Okay. We're going to keep this. Let's put this in tapped on black. You watched the Silver Quill stream. I'm assuming you're talking about the aggro pile we played. All right, let's try a Souls of the Lost. We will discard a card. Would you like to deal with my Souls of the Lost? All right, now that they know we have Abernaculus, their whole plan will be stopping whatever we have that could take advantage of the Oculus, which is what they should do. So we're going to go attacking. So we will start with the Likeness Looter. Because this is something that can copy Oculus. They'll have to dedicate to spending some removal or something on it. Alright, that a counter. That's fine. We could live with that. Put this on black, I guess. Is this just another one of those, like, weird Jeskai loot decks or whatever? We've been seeing so many of those. It's sad, but I'm kind of bored of playing against them already. Alright, go attacking. Alright. Revenant. And no Helix or anything for our Revenant? What? That doesn't seem right. Crazy, I still only have one card in the graveyard. Alright, dude, I'm just out on that discussion, Bush. Where you feel free to take that conversation whichever direction you want. Alright, opponents at... okay, let's go ahead and try to play a Likeness Looter. Okay. Alright, I'll make you spend the mana to deal with it. Why not? Alright, well, maybe we're just gonna get our board swept or something. I mean, that's a lot of power. You gotta do something. Yeah, there's a Day of Judgment. That makes sense. What if... We have a lot of cards in the graveyard, huh? Alright. So what if we try Rouse Eric first? Just to test the water. Maybe. This might just be one of those, like, a counter that could make us pay 3 life or whatever, but or 3 mana, but yeah, we'll try to return Abrionoculus.
No slacking off.
Pass the turn. Oh, Rouse Eric's gonna eat it. With a Lightning Helix? Yeah, fair enough.
Case closed then.
Sure. That could be a fun one to turn face up if they do something that just deals damage to creatures. That's a sick little surprise. Because we have 1, 2... Oh, everything in our yards are permanent. That's sicko. Draw 2, add 4? Yeah, sure. Let's see what they do. Hey, you're talking in the chat. Everything's open season, bruh. Consult. Sure, you get to consult. That's going to work out just fine for us. Going to be a lot of damage incoming. Surveil. You got it. Alright, turn this face up. Can we get any more things into the graveyard? I don't think so. So the best we could do is 12? That is very unfortunate. But alright, 12 it is. I mean, all we can do, so you just gotta do what you can. Come on now. There's the loot, so now they can start doing all kinds of things. Because your stuff makes more mana if you play instants and sorceries. This guy's revelation makes a lot of sense. Can't really make this any crazier. So I guess we just attack for 5. Play, I mean... Sacrifice a permanent? Yeah, it's probably okay. Just trying to be protective of our hand because I don't know when we're going to get to do all this, you know? I guess we go ahead and just play a Grave Researcher. There's a chance we're going to lose our whole board here anyway, but, you know. Yeah, we'll play Oculus. Why not? I mean, the opponent basically has like 50 mana. So, like, they can do whatever they want. Alright, here comes a double Just Guys, whatever. Oh, that's even worse for us. Fantastic. Do. Instant sorcery spells you cast have Storm. Here we go. Get to do all the copies of all the things. Yep, and they still have tons of mana. Draw 4, deal 4 to each creature and planeswalker. Yep. Draw all the cards. They obviously have all the mana. Now they have 16 cards left. So they're planning on winning right now, because now they have 8 cards left. And they have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 mana to do however they see fit. Oh, yep, and that generates a bunch of treasure. That should do it. Alright, we'll give them the GG's. Good game. Like, we don't even need to see them play it out. We'll save the time. Man, so many people have been playing that deck. We've seen a lot. Like, it's really been that deck and the... what'd you call it? Pox are the two things we've been seeing the most of. Very, very popular. Hey, Zurin, how's it going? Welcome. But yeah, if people really wanted a new wrestling channel, like I said, me and Dev have talked about it. We have a bunch of stuff. Like, I would, because my idea is I'd like to do a channel that's not just, like, pretty much every channel for the most part does some amount of recaps every week. And I feel like I don't even watch that many wrestling channels, and there's already a lot of recaps every week, so I don't think we'd want to do that. Maybe when something crazy or over the top, or it's like a huge talking point comes up, then, like, sure, we could turn that into a thing. But, like, you know, when we finally, the way the internet reacted to Danhausen cursing the referee and the whole thing, and, like, how funny it was, like, that would have been a talking point worth talking about. But I don't think we would have needed to recap, like, all of SmackDown, you know. So something like that, I think we would do. But otherwise, there's all kinds of topics, you know? Like ranking different things, like, you know, just situations with different wrestlers, arenas, events, things like that. Like, lots of that stuff you could talk about. But again, I think in general, me and Dev are more positive than a lot of the people. But I also know people like being negative. Negativity draws views, and misery loves company, and all that stuff. I wouldn't say there's right now a really good Pox deck in Standard. I think people are playing Pox in Standard, and those are two very different things. I really wish we had a 2-mana thing, but I guess it doesn't matter because we have Undercity Sewers anyway. So we'll go ahead and play this. Hey, thanks for subscribing. All right, let's find something useful. You know what, Gran, you qualify, lady. Good on you for showing up on time. I ain't even mad at you. Go ahead on with your bad self. All right, we can respect that. Let's attack with the Gran. May just be... Ooh, I was going to say just discarding another Gran. I think that's still correct. Though I kind of want to play Grave Researcher. But we're not going to quite be at the number yet. So let's play Souls and discard the Oculus. Play a land. Alright. Where's your blue land? Nope, they don't have it. But so far we've seen 4 colors. So anything's possible. Sure, let's attack. Oh, you don't have anything. Wow. Intriguing. Are we just going to get our board wrathed? Is that what's about to happen? Huh. I don't know what to do. I thought, you know what? I'm going to gamble that this just isn't going to be good in this matchup. And then I'll play a Likeness Looter, see if it encourages them to use a Day of Judgment. And then, if so, I'll rouse Eric and get back an Oculus. Okay, there you go. Probably could have done it. They would have probably done it anyway if we didn't play the Likeness Looter, but at least threatened an Oculus otherwise.
So eager.
Alright. Another Day of Judgment. I'm just wondering, what's up with everybody wanting to play control decks in the early access stuff? It's like people don't like fun. Let me view the battlefield. What do we have in the graveyard? Oh, we have plenty of stuff in the graveyard. You know what? I will leave one Oculus to draw. Should have flipped up the Moonshadow, but I'm going to go ahead and play this. We have a counter. Not even mad at it. Ooh, another Ralzeric, but obviously we want an Oculus. No, they just discarded a Jeskai Revelation. Alright, and that'll do it. Alright, one or two more of this one, and then we'll play the Golgari Professor deck. Emeritus of Woe for Standard, or is there going to be... I mean, I don't even know if it's even relegated to Commander, to be honest. Emeritus of Woe, is that the white one? There's so many Emeritus, I have them all confused. We go first. Yeah, we're keeping this. Because we can Moonshadow into a Moonshadow into Sewers, and then just see what happens from there. Moonshadow. Play Sewers. I kind of really like that, but we're digging for lands anyway, really. So it's fine. Plus, if we get a land, we could always just Ralzeric, get it back. It's fine. Or we will be doing no such thing. I'd rather just slow down their mana in this circumstance. Discard. And attack. Alright. Just trying to put the hurt on them with the Moonshadows. Oh, Emeritus of Woe is the Demonic Tutor one. I mean, it's fine, because it's just a 5/4 body, if nothing else. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a legit problem all on its own. You know what? I'm supposed to play Ralzeric here, but I kind of want to just play Grave Researcher, so I think that's what we're going to do. Just to really do the thing, just because. Just because we're early access, just wanting to make some content, so sure. I mean, I only have one thing really to get, and it's Souls of the Lost. Which we can't do yet. I'd have to get some combination of Researcher, Ralzeric, whatever action going on. Okay. Anthropod? Sure. Mockingbird, copy the Anthropod. I see it. I see the vision. Oh, you copied our Moonshadow? Interesting choice. Not sure I get it, but hey, teach their own. Gonna surveil. Oh, yep. What's our graveyard look like? Yep, alright. Well, we'll just put you in the yard. And go attacking. Block. Yeah, sure. We can live with that. And now we have Grave Researcher and Ralzeric both ready to go. I am not drafting. I don't draft for content. I usually just draft or play sealed on my own time. Mostly because of, there's a whole thing. But if people want to see me draft and then just have some fun with like the deck building and not necessarily play the games, then sure, you got it. We could do that all day. But most of the time, people who like watching draft also want to see the games played. And I am not your guy for that. So let's go ahead and... Actually, what do we want to get back? I guess we get back Souls of the Lost. Alright. I'm just like, there's so many options, but let's get Souls of the Lost. And then we'll just get Oculus. And I'll go ahead and play Grand because... And... There's really no need to do anything else here, right? No, not really. Sure. Boo. Alright. Oh, I did that wrong. Should put the Spell Pierce. Putting another permanent in the graveyard would have made Souls of the Lost bigger. I mean, I know it gets any graveyard, but the opponent doesn't have any real targets. Like, I don't want those. Yep, requiting it. I mean, sure, I guess it does a thing. Does get rid of a problem, I guess, with flyers. Opponent's only at 1 anyway. Alright. Not sure it matters, but yeah. Alright. Get in there. Another Rouse Eric. Alright. Cool. Interesting. We hadn't seen a Simic counters deck that's trying to do this thing. We have seen Wild Growth Archaic in a few lists. We played it in a list or two ourselves already, but... So I think it's good. This is just very interesting with, like, X spells. I'd be very curious to see what else they had other than Wan Shi Tong that they were trying to get away with. Because they did have Mockingbird as well, which is kind of cool. I see where they're going, though. That's kind of fun stuff. But yeah, Demonic Tutoring every turn is good. Or every other turn or whatever. So I think that card's totally playable. Because again, if nothing else, it's attached to a real size body for 4 mana. It's a 5/4. So even if you never Demonic Tutor, it's still totally fine. Okay. Also, though, like I was saying, if people want to see draft, I do have the ability to draft. I've showed this earlier where I have 32 draft tokens and 2 sealed tokens, 9 jump-in tokens. So if anybody wanted to watch some drafts, we could literally draft all day long for probably like 2 days, 3 days if we wanted to. But, again, I would draft, and then we probably would build the decks, and then that's it. And I'm probably either going to start another draft or I'm going to go work on some constructed stuff. Which, if people are cool with that, we could do it. But I think most people who like draft or limited play want to see the games play out. And there's several reasons why it doesn't make sense for me to spend time doing that, unfortunately. At least not right now. If I knew people were really going to be into it, then maybe I'd consider it. But, that aside, with this deck, I think it's kind of what it needs to be. You know, I think the Grave Researcher is fine. The only thing I wish there was like one more 3 mana-ish thing that we wanted to get other than just Oculus. Because I think Oculus is the best thing. And then, obviously, like, Revenant's very good. And then we have the other backup plan of just like, we're going to beat down with Moonshadows and Souls of the Lost, right? And I do like the Karsi Revenant because of the fact that we could at least make it hard to deal with Moonshadows or Souls of the Lost, right? You make this flying after it's like a 12-12 or whatever, or 12-13, I guess. But yeah, so there are some ways you can get around even if you don't get the Oculus, which I think is totally reasonable. But yeah, this was pretty sweet. We had some interesting games, some fun stuff, had some close games. But yeah, I think if you wanted to play Oculus, this is the way you can do it. I do think we have to also be aware that you will be susceptible to graveyard removal, right? Because Moonshadow, sure, if they remove the graveyard, you've already grown your creature. But Souls of the Lost and Oculus, when you're trying to target it to get it into play the hard way, or the easy way, I should say, it's a pretty big deal, right? You need to have a graveyard. So that's fine, but you know you're playing a Reanimator E style deck, and that's just what comes with the territory. But yeah, link will be over on Moxfield. Be sure to check that out if you want to try this, like always. But that's all I have you for now. We'll see you next time. Quistis for spell returns or spell bounces fun. I don't even know what that is. There's an X deck able to be built. New teamer, you have to use World Souls Rage with that new mana fetching sacrifice spell. Like, do you have to though? Like, I would question if there's not a way to just, because we already were doing that before with the Jackal or Drunith, whatever you want to call it, where you just start because everything has X's, you just like next card up just gets to be bigger, bigger, bigger. You know what I mean? Like, we could probably just do that anyway. It's kind of what I'm wondering, right? Like, could you just go back to what that deck looked like, and then you just play all the X-Spell creatures or whatever, and just keep getting bigger? I mean, it feels like that might be a thing. I don't know. I'd have to go back and mess around with it, but I have no idea. The other problem, too, though, is you also don't want to get too gimmicky, right? Because if you have a bunch of X-Spells, but then you only get, like, one ramp spell, then your deck doesn't do a whole lot, because you have all these things with X's, and you're only able to play, like, one a turn effectively, and that's not going to work against a lot of decks. So, and again, this is early season, so we all have to figure out a bunch of things, right? This is the part where, like, once I get done with the videos, then I spend a good chunk of Thursday, Friday, Saturday just looking up, like, all the different videos people put up, all the different discussions going on. I'm going through social media stuff. I go to my local store for pre-release and see what they got going on and what cards are selling. And then I come back and we do the craft, don't craft videos, right? Basically, what's working right now, what's not working right now, what can you wait on, you know, that type of stuff. Inevitably, we always get people mad of like, I don't know why you're saying this card sucks. It's like, we're not saying a card sucks. We're saying, like, right now is probably not the best time to craft the card. Wait till we figure out the best use of it. In the meantime, here's some other cards you should do, or whatever, right? So, I think the problem, though, we've lost the ability to have, like, levels. You know what I mean? Everything's like either I love it and it's great, or I hate it and it's trash. And it's like, man, there's so many different levels in it. There's cards I like that I'm just like, it's just not that good right now. And cards I don't like that I'm just like, yeah, but this is the right card to play. You know what I mean? It's like movies. We all have bad movies that we like. And then there's really good award-winning movies that we didn't like. It doesn't make the trash movie magically good because we liked it. It doesn't make the award-winning movie magically trash because we didn't like it or whatever. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we gotta rein stuff in a little bit sometimes. But anyway, let's get done with this one. Are you late to the stream? Technically, yes, since this is the 7th hour of streaming we've done today. Almost, we're about 10 or 15 minutes from going into the 8th hour of streaming tonight. But you're here, and that's what's important, right? Everybody can't be over all the time. You can always go back and watch them. They will be on YouTube. They'll be on the live stream VODs. You can just go check that out if you want to. Or on Twitch. Those will be up on Twitch as well, if you just want to go back and see those. Technically, I guess if you go to my page, my Power Dragon page on Facebook, it's also there, I think. So if you want to get caught up, if you need some viewing tomorrow when you're trying to do work, wink, wink, then, you know, there'll be something for you to watch. That's all. All right, what did I have next on the list? Oh, the Golgari whatever deck, right? Where did that go? This is the fewest. I've been trying to be better about deleting decks as we're done with them. Because, man, I used to, every time we'd get to early access, I'd have so many decks I had to delete. And it's so difficult to sit there for, like, click, click, delete, click, click, delete, click, click. Like, you have to do so many of those to get down under, like, 100. Or you're maxed at 100, but get down to a reasonable number so I had room to put new decks in. Eric, are you asking that with what's on screen right now? That's too funny. All right. Anyway, we're going to try some fun Golgari things. Oh, playing against him. Yeah, we played against it multiple times, actually. We lost to it once and we beat it twice. Though, to be fair, the one time we lost to it was a game where I think we legitly got stuck on 2-land, and then we went a stretch of like, whatever it was, 11 cards or something, where we only saw 2 real spells. So, you know. But the card, I think, is still good. Could we have won that game? Like, maybe. I don't know. But I think the card's more than fine. Even though we have technically a winning record against it right now, I think it's early access and we're all still trying to figure out how cards work. So take that with a grain of salt. And matter of fact, let me say this as a whole. Just as a PSA before we get into this one. I try to tell everybody, whatever you see in early access, where a card looks great or a card looks terrible or whatever, please do yourself a favor and look at how a card was good or bad. Look at how a deck won or lost. Not just if it was good or bad or if it won or lost. Because that does not tell the whole story. Being results oriented is going to get you in more trouble than anything. Because the number of times we've had people come out of the early access or out of pre-release weekend and just be like, oh, this is the best deck. Everybody's going to play this. This is the thing. And then within a week, nobody's playing the deck. Maybe 2 weeks, right? Everybody goes, oh yeah, we have answers for that. And then the deck's nothing. And now people have gone and spent all their resources on this thing because 1 or 2 people with a loud voice have said, this is the best deck. You should go play it. You should build it. It's the best thing. It's going to break standard. It's the best thing since sliced bread. And then it's just not, right? We talked about it earlier on the other stream where everybody freaked out at the Pro Tour because there was the whole Excruciator deck or whatever. Within 2 weeks, we almost didn't see it at all on the ladder. Within a month's time, barely even shows up in the top 8s anymore of Magic Online events. You know? It's like, it was good enough to win a Pro Tour. And then everybody went, yeah, cool, we have answers to that. Great. And then everybody just moved on. You know what I mean? But we saw so many people rush out to get those cards. The card spiked in paper for like 2 or 3 weeks because people are trying to take it to their F&Ms, I guess. So it's just one of those things. So it's like, I don't know. It's still out there. People have already spent the money and have the cards. Like, they're still going to play it. But it's not the world beater everybody thought it was going to be. Everybody's worried about it. Standard was going to be so bad and we're going to see these decks everywhere. It's like, no, that wasn't a thing. But again, we have to have levels of reason. You know what I mean? Like, just because something's good doesn't make it the greatest things ever. Just because something's bad doesn't make it the worst thing ever. We've seen decks that weren't good end up being great later, right? Because the metagame shifts or whatever. We've had decks that have been on top, they go down or disappear, and then they pop back up because they're good again. A good example right now are the Boros tokens decks, right? They've been around, but now you're seeing them finish in top 8s of stuff, right? So the metagame shifted enough that all of a sudden Boros tokens are everywhere. So, you know, it's just one of those things. People are losing interest in decks over. I don't think that's it. I think people, this is a weird thing, but we've seen it forever. I think people want both a very diverse metagame. So they will see a whole bunch of different decks and this, that, and the other, and I don't have to play this against the same decks a lot or whatever, right? But then they also want to have a deck that's good against all the different decks and blah, blah, and that there's not, you get one or the other. You know what I mean? Like, you could build a deck that's good against like 40-50% of the popular decks, and then you have to outplay the opponents the rest of the way on the other decks or whatever, try to get a little lucky. And that's fine. But you're not going to have 50 different decks and be able to beat 50 different decks, right? It's just not a thing. So realistically, a very healthy standard is probably like right now, where you have, I don't know if you want to call them tiers or whatever. I kind of don't like that, but it's the language we use, right? So you have the upper tier, which is probably like 8 to 10 decks right now that we say like these can show up in a top 8 pretty much anytime, whatever. And then there's probably another 8 or so, maybe 10 that I would say are, okay, these are also going to be able to make top 16 in big decks, and occasionally, you know, maybe once a week, one of these big events, one of them's going to slip into the top 8 or whatever. It always has a shot. And then you have a bunch of rogue decks that like, hey, in the right hands on the right weekend, maybe. But hell, we had a weekend even like 4 weeks ago now where there were 2 big tournaments, like regional championships on the same weekend, and the top 8s look completely different. Like both standard format, both big player pools, multiple hundreds of players, 2 completely different top 8s. And people went from the first one going like, oh, this is crazy. Look at the top 8. Look at standard. It's all whatever. And then the other one, it was like, oh, like half the decks were mono green landfall, right? And it was just like, oh, people who saw just one went, green's too good. Landfall is going to crush everything. And then they weren't even aware the other results existed, So it's just a weird thing. It's very weird. Yeah, people were building anti-Badgermole. That was the thing that happened for a minute, right? Especially for that particular tournament. So if you weren't playing Badgermole, you had a little bit of an edge in some things. It's easy to lose interest when a new set of cards comes out every 2 to 3 days. People don't even have time to enjoy any of these sets. I get what you're saying, but the reality is you don't need all the cards out of a new set, right? If you have a certain play style or you like a certain deck, I would just start by updating your deck. I think that's the first thing I would do. Maybe I should just do a whole video on this, but I would just start there because realistically you're buying maybe like one playset of an expensive card, expensive being, north of $12 or so. And then you're buying like maybe a playset of some uncommon that fits and 1 or 2 copies of some rare, right? And that's all you need. And that's it. Your deck's upgraded. You can continue to play all your same standard events. You don't have to do anything. And then you just work on sideboard stuff. If you're planning on going to tournaments, RCQs, stuff like that. And then you just work around that for a little bit. I think that's the thing. But I think when people try to have everything, get every card, whatever, yeah, that's going to get exhausting. I mean, I tell people, even as a content creator, I can tell you there are tons of cards I have never put 4 of in a deck. There's a bunch I never even put 1 of in a deck. But there's several that when they've made the cut, it's been only 1 or 2. So you don't need 4 of a lot of the stuff. So you don't have to do the hunt and chase of a bunch of different things. I think that's how you get yourself in trouble and get to burnout, personally. And I wouldn't even try to do that. I think that way lies madness, as they say. I don't think that's a good idea at all. I would avoid doing that. I think that's just a bad move. I disagree. I think standard is just fine right now. Because here's my question. When people say it, I say, okay, cool. And let's do this right now, Sarkin. If you think standard's bad, what does a good standard look like for you? Because most of the time, when people say that, it's usually because either a deck they don't like is actually good and playable, or a deck they do like isn't popular. Not always true, but I'm saying a lot of the time when I've had those discussions, that's what it comes down to. But I would argue if you go look at the top 8s of all these different events and different things happening, it's been a long time since we've had this level of diversity in a top 8. Now, slowing down releases, sure, that's a whole thing, but that's a whole different discussion. But if we're talking about standard is bad because like modern right now, turn 3 format, I don't even think it's a turn 3 format. Like, can you sometimes lose in turn 3? Yeah, sure. Or at least end up in a situation where it's losable. Yeah. But if you watch a lot of the good games and a lot of the bigger tournaments, most of the games aren't turn 3 games. Like you rarely see you rarely see turn 4 games, honestly. And I've done commentary for a lot of them. What cards do I believe should be banned? Right now, nothing. I'll wait and see what happens after Strixhaven comes out, and there may be some stuff in like the Lessons decks, maybe some of the Izzet cards we could maybe have a conversation about, but there's nothing else that's dominant enough that I think we need to worry about it. For something to be banned, it has to be pushing a deck so strong that it makes up more than at least 40%, more than 30% for sure, of a field, and also be dominating, 50% or better of the top cuts or whatever. If you're not doing that, then like, yeah, I get that. Like now arguing against sets, whole different ballgame, set releases or whatever. Yeah, legit. Have that discussion all day. you have to play Control or most decks winners. I don't think so. We do a lot of stuff, and you watch the videos we play, we have a lot of games that go past turn 5. And we're not playing Control decks. I think I've played 2 decks, maybe 3 this season that you would classify as Control. Most of them are like aggro mid-rangey piles. So it's totally doable. But yeah, I don't think I have anything that I would put on a crazy ban right now. Couldn't be creative like I've been in years ago. See, I don't know. But again, some of that's going to come down to time available, resources available, whatever, I'm sure. But I don't know. I've been playing a lot of different decks. Hell, just yesterday, or actually, was it today's video that went up? No, it was yesterday's, I think. I don't even remember. The one where we played the token. No, it was yesterday's video where we played the tokens deck. The +1/+1 counters. And like, won 80% of my games with that deck. That was crazy. And those all old cards that have existed in Standard for a while, I think. I don't even know if we... That's not true. I think it had some turtles in there. But otherwise, yeah, it was mostly older cards. Again, though, what... I get it. If you can't keep up or don't want to do a certain thing or whatever, I get it. But what I always ask people, what was the time that had a more balanced Standard? Like, it's hard to find one. And I've been around for a long time. I played a lot of Standard. Oh, that's true. I think there are definitely going to be cards that just don't get their time in the sun because Standard's very big. That I 100% believe. That doesn't mean there aren't a lot of playable decks, but it does mean that some cards are just... Well, I mean, we saw that even when it was just like 8 sets in Standard or whatever. There's always going to be stuff that just... There's going to be something better that gets pushed out and you have to wait for stuff to rotate or whatever. That's the nature of the beast. Yeah, exactly. Like, people can be mad at Badger Mold Cub, but again, go look at the results. Badger Mold decks aren't necessarily dominating a lot of these things outside of like... There's a Simic ramp deck or whatever, and there's the mono green landfall decks, and I think those are the 2 that are generally doing well with Badger Mold Cub. Most of the others you see with Badger Mold Cub aren't doing very well. And I think it's, don't be wrong, very powerful card. 100% agree. But we have a ton of answers. Hell, we got an additional answer this set, right? Because we got a road, another 1 mana thing. So you have, hell, I don't know, probably 30 good playable spells that can deal with the Badger Mold Cub on turn 1 or 2. So, like, yes, it's strong. It's a good card. But, yeah, there's lots of ways to still deal with it. And not to mention all the stuff we got even in this set that, like, destroy all creatures 2 or less, deal 2 damage to all creatures, whatever it is. Day of Black Sun that remove abilities of all things X or less. Or we have so many ways to deal with it right now. Like, infinite. I need to make notes. That's like, maybe I just do a video on, like, hey, how to survive releases with your favorite deck or whatever. And maybe I should do one on just all the sweepers, because that one's been on my mind for a while anyway. Of just, man, you want to see how many sweepers are in Standard? Wait till that video comes out and all the different ways you can remove creatures. See, I'm gonna say something, Sarkin, and I don't. This is a tough thing. This is gonna sound way worse than I intend it to sound, but I don't know how to better word this, and this is gonna sound ultra crappy, and I'm apologizing in advance because I'm even as I'm thinking about it right now, there's no nice way to say this, but I know that it's possible to play weird decks because I do it regularly. Don't get me wrong, I also test a lot of decks that are just trash that y'all will never see. I actually considered making a supercut of just like all the decks that didn't work and it just show you like a 5-hour video of just the grind of stuff that never worked. You know what I mean? Just clips of different decks that were just trash. But there are a lot of very good decks that are off the beaten path. Again, we played 2 decks recently that had Collective Inferno in them that won, with Goblins and Lizards. you know? Like, you can totally do silly things and still win. But I think a lot of people don't have the time, and I don't think it's a matter of this standard. I think it's always been the case that there are things that people want to play that would not be good regardless of what the standard format was. Example, we did a group building session earlier, right? And no, I'm not putting that super cut. Nobody would watch it. Everybody says they want to watch stuff like that, and I've tested it before. Put up decks that I knew were just absolutely bad. Those get almost no views. Like, after your second or third loss, people quit watching. Like, they're not in for that type of content. Maybe down the road I'll do something for like YouTube channel members or something, because we did that for a little bit of like crazy games that just went way long that we couldn't put into a video. That, you know, maybe that goes there for something. But back to what I was saying, right? I think there's, when we were doing this group deck building thing earlier, people were literally just naming cards, and there were multiple times I went like, are y'all just trolling? Right? And we had to talk about, like, no, you would never play this card. Like, there's no world. There was, I don't know, at least 3 cards. If you watch the earlier stream, I wish I remember the timestamp where we were talking about it. But there were multiple cards. People were like, oh, try this, or this should be in here. I can't believe you don't have this in the list. And they were all terrible. But I get it, because we get excited about cards. I do the same thing. And again, I built decks that just don't do a damn thing. God forbid I build another Slime Against Humanity deck, because I literally built, I think, 32 versions of that deck, and they were all terrible. But that card probably ate up more of my life than any other card in Magic, now that I think about it. I probably spent literally, if I added it all up, like 3 to 4 days of real time if I added it all together. And that deck's trash. But it's just one of those things, right? Like, everybody's got things they try. How would you advise a brewer who literally couldn't play a non-meta deck in the past year get daily wins to brew on the current meta? We need to do a whole video on that. The number one rule I would say, though, is the problem is you have to be able to identify cards, first off, right? And some of that just comes with experience. But the biggest problem is, when you go down a brewer's path, and I catch myself doing it at times and I have to stop myself, is that when you are trying to justify playing a bad card to justify your other bad card. So now you have 2 bad cards in the deck that only work if they're both in hand or on the battlefield or whatever. So if you draw one without the other, you just have a trash card that isn't going to do anything. But what's worse is, you also have to be able to identify, as when you do have them, is the juice worth the squeeze? Right? Like, there's times like, okay, well, I got the things I wanted to do, but they just weren't even impactful. You know, like, I did the thing, but then I still just end up blocking with these creatures and nothing happens. You know, like that sort of weird thing. So you have to be able to identify that kind of stuff. I think people feel bad if they see some crafted deck that isn't good and go crazy. Here's the thing. I think the average player would learn way more by watching videos of things that don't work. Because I believe that would save you so much time in deck building. Because you would literally look at cards and go, oh, I get why this isn't any good. Or like, oh, I was going to play those 2 cards together and they're not very good, right? But nobody wants to watch that content. Everybody wants to see a thing that works. I want to see my favorite card do a thing and I want to go build that deck or whatever, right? That's just the way we're wired. And I get it, right? People want to save time. People don't want to waste money, you know, all that stuff. But the reality is, you would learn more to be able to build more decks by watching the stuff that is bad. Like, we all learned to tie our shoes and learn the best way to do it because we learned all the crappy ways to do it first. But we don't want to go through those steps. We just want to know, hey, show me how to finish tying my shoes so I can just do it right and not worry about it anymore. You know? Oh, no. I think there are definitely standards that were definitely not nearly as balanced. Like, there was a period of time, whatever that in green enchantment that you got to untap your lands at the end of your turn or whatever during the end of COVID, that was the whole thing. Like, there's been some standards that were way worse than what we have now. Not even close. Side quest, did Arena end the midweek challenge? I don't know. I've never done one. Actually, it's not true. I think I did 1 or 2 in the very beginning, but I almost never do them. The only reason I know about them is because people post about them in the Discord and decks that they're working on. If it wasn't for that, I'd never know they were happening. There's no such thing as a test mode. Because somebody's just going to put something else in there, right? There's no one, because I've thought about that before too, but there's no way you could set rules without just making a format. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you can only play in here if you only have 2 copies of a card in your deck and everything costs at least 3 mana, or like, you're just making a format. You know what I mean? Because no matter what you put in there, somebody's going to bring in some variation of a tournament deck or whatever, and they're going to be like, well, I'm a new player. I just wanted to test a deck because I didn't know how it worked, and I saw somebody winning with it. And then that's going to feel bad for everybody else who plays against them. All right, there's just nothing you can do. Needs to change from daily wins to daily plays to encourage brewing. I mean, they kind of have that, right? Like, cast so many creatures, play so many spells of this color, destroy so many creatures, or the challenge things where you get the little rewards of like, draw so many cards, take a second turn, do all those things, right? Like, so that already exists within the game. There's only so much of that you can do within any card game. And don't get me wrong, I get what you want, but like, there's only so much of that you can do that makes sense. And every game kind of has that issue. If you go talk to people, hell, all the way back to people who played Gwent, if you want to check that, or Soul Forge, or whatever, all these other games. But you see the same thing with people that play like Hearthstone or whatever. Like, there's always people that want that extra thing or want some, like a test platform or whatever. It's just hard. There's no way to because the problem is, you need humans to not be bad humans. You know what I mean? Like, there's always going to be somebody who wants to be big fish, small pond, right? They're going to take whatever top performing deck and go play it on the play queue or whatever instead of playing it in rank play, right? You can't stop people from doing that. Unless you did like a weird thing of the programming would be so weird, right? Because you'd have to be like, okay, well, you can't bring a deck in that has 3 or more copies of like the lizard, like the 4 major red spells or something, right? Weird things you'd have to do to make it work. And then the one thing you didn't build that got popular all of a sudden, that'd be the thing that's over there in the play queue, right? So you just constantly be chasing your tail the whole time. And it sucks, because it'd be nice if that thing existed. Your best bet, in all seriousness, and this isn't just to like promote myself or whatever, I do have a free Discord, and if you wanted to go in, we do have a standard channel, and if you just wanted to play with people, you could just direct challenge each other and just test weird decks. You don't have to play on the play queue against other things. Like, just play against other people that are being good humans and just testing other decks. Like, that's a thing you can just do. Why not versus Sparky, all full library to be used in that mode, and only that mode, just so you can test interactions, just thought. I don't think, like, because the problem, inevitably, is you would have people who, like, let's say they were practicing, and instead of, like, buying the cards or doing stuff for Arena, they would probably just spend the majority of their time on Sparky. And the other reality is, Sparky doesn't really teach you anything. Not really. Because Sparky just can't, even with advanced AI, if they wanted to put it in, like, Sparky would still just be bad. I mean, there's a guy who actually ran recently a Magic tournament with a bunch of AIs against each other. And there's so many games where they just made like dumb plays that made no sense at all. Right? So, I mean, realistically, you can go into Moxfield, and when you put your deck in, you can do practice draws. Like, it puts up a play field and everything. You could draw through, cast your cards, do your thing. Just like you're goldfishing, drawing cards off of a paper deck in front of yourself. And you can just do that. It's like the same thing. It's basically effectively playing against Sparky, because Sparky offers very little resistance anyway. So, like, you can just do that in Moxfield. Like, the resource already exists, and it's free. Like, totally. Yeah, Wilderness Reclamation decks. Yeah, those things, man. F those decks. That was some of the worst time to do commentary for it, too. Like, those. But again, they were super popular. Like, there's the time where we had, like, the Simic decks that were dominating, that had the, whatever, the big thing that, like, you paid X, draw X cards, gain X life, or whatever that silly thing was. Like, so many different things. Like, there were so many standards that weren't good. But that can be said about every format. You know, Magic's had a long history, 30 plus years. You're going to have some that are better than others. That's just kind of how it goes. But yeah, if you want to test stuff, seriously, Moxfield just has that built in. You could load a deck list, and then you can do all the practice draws you want or whatever with it. And you can decide there if it's worth it or the numbers work out right. Yeah, Hydroid Krasis, that card. Yeah, that was another standard that was not a lot of fun at times, let me tell you. So, and that was way more popular than some of the other decks that we see right now. But again, I also understand, because the average half-life, if you want to call it that, of a player, for most games, and Magic included, is only 5 to 7 years. So there's a lot of people that have started playing since the pandemic that don't know anything prior to that, right? So for them, this just looks like whatever it is. And it might look bad, it might look good, and that's all they know, right? They don't have a point of reference. So it's all very interesting. Oh, Pokemon might do that better in live. Totally. But I'm just giving you an option that's a resource that exists. I can't make the companies do different things. I can't make them add things to platforms. But I can at least give you an option where you can still do the thing you want to do for $0. You know? Like, just kind of all there is to it. Yeah, the other thing too, though, you have to understand is, in a lot of these other games too, their economies are also affected differently because of the stuff outside of the games as well, right? For all the other games, and we talked about this in the first stream too, Magic's the only card game among the titans of the game, if you want to call it that have ever existed, that is literally about their game, right? Everything else has some outside property, whether it's movies, cartoons, video games, whatever. They have some other multimedia thing. So the card games are going to get treated differently because they're just like a branch of a thing. Whereas with Magic, the card game is the thing, right? There's nothing else. That's one of the reasons I think right now they have both a movie and an animated series in the works under contract, because they kind of need one of those to hit if you want to take that next step. Because as much as people don't like Universes Beyond stuff, Magic had, I mean, and I'm diehard Magic. I've been playing since, you know, God said, let there be light, and flipped the switch, and I had a deck of Magic in my hand, right? But the reality is, Magic was still going up, but it's going to be very slowly incremental up. And you can't make those big jumps without having that outside property. You just can't. And right now, you're in a situation where even the worst selling Universes Beyond sets are still higher sellers than the best selling Magic sets. Because you have all this outside influence and all these other people that are able to come in and buy it, and fans of the stuff and whatever. And you kind of have to build that with Magic. And they tried it a few different ways in the past, but the reality is you need something that's not just playing the game, right? You need something that's not just the focus of the cards. It needs to be something else people can latch onto. Whether that's the look of the characters, the story, the personalities, video games, whatever it is that all these other properties have. Because really, you look at Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Dragon Ball Z, Star Wars, Lorcana, hell, even Riftbound, right, is now, because it's from Riot, that has all this other stuff based around their games, right? With League of Legends and whatever the other thing, I actually play the other thing. I don't know why I'm forgetting the name. Teamfight Tactics, you know, all that, right? They're bringing that audience to a card game, you know, that already exists doing something else. So just one of those things, you know, and it's just the nature of business, you know. So I get why they're doing what they're doing. Yeah, Sparky's basically gold fishing, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if you just don't want to spend any resources on cards, you can do the same thing in Moxfield. Like, literally, you can go to any of the links where my decks are, and then you just scroll to the bottom. There's a thing where you can do like practice hands, and it sets up a whole battlefield. You draw your cards. You can see all the cards in your hand. Whole thing. As someone who bought their first deck in '97, Universe Beyond doesn't bother me. I just wish it was fewer times a year. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, they're just Magic cards. If you put a different skin on them, I mean, they're still Magic cards. Like, doesn't bother me. I'm largely indifferent. Like, I'm not overly excited about them, but I'm also not hating that they exist. I'm just kind of whatever, you know. You put even now, like inverse, in universe, outside of universe, whatever. Just as long as the cards are playable and fun and interesting, I don't really have an opinion greatly. I mean, kind of just is what it is. But yeah, Sparky's dumb with the decks has are questionable. I mean, the green deck is combat trick that's a sorcery. Yeah, sure. But the thing is, they just make it to where, because Sparky's not supposed to be like an opponent. It's just supposed to be like, hey, come in, mess with your cards, learn the rules, do some stuff. You know, it is what it is. And I think the problem, because people have said, like, why don't they just put AI into Sparky and make it like, one, is it good to have, like, I guess you'd have to have different levels, like advanced beginner, whatever, and that's a whole other level of programming you have to do. But you don't want people just getting run over by your AI either. But truthfully, like I said, looking, I wish I remember the link to that thing. We covered it in our podcast a few months back. But yeah, the guy ran the whole tournament, and there was, like, for example, they had an Overlord of the Belmark, and then for some reason, it had like 2 mana, but then just like didn't understand to cast it with the 2 alternate costs, and that tried to cast it for 5 and then like couldn't, so it just decided not to do it. And then like the opponent just didn't play a card on turn 1 for some reason, and then just passed and discarded, but it wasn't like a reanimator deck or anything. So it's like weird stuff was just happening, that the AI reads the cards or tries to process to do certain things with them, and it's just the amount of machine learning to play Magic at a high level is very difficult, because you're playing not just with the cards that you have, but there's a lot of just like outside knowledge you have to have, right? Of like all the cards in the format and what the popular decks are, and like what are the likelihood somebody's actually going to have that card in the deck, even though it's standard legal or not. And then with the texture of the board state and the mana and the cards in hand, like there's certain plays that are good or bad, or you don't want to play a card just to play it. Like you need to be able to respond to things. There's so many levels of stuff. Like Magic's way more complicated than people think. I think we take it for granted after you've played for a while, but yeah, there's a lot. Standard is the slowest format and it's still a turn 3-4. Can you sometimes win on 3 or 4? Yes. But is that the regular occurrence? No. Like you can see our videos where that's not the case. You can go watch all the arena championships where we do commentary and stuff. That's just not the case. You can cheat the AI. It targets creatures with higher power, not cards. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I'd agree about MTG being the thing before they started the Universes Beyond stuff. I'm not sure what that statement means. I think I'm misreading that. But yeah, I think if they make a Magic movie and it's like, it doesn't have to be great. As long as it's just as good as the recent D&D movie, I think that would do wonders for Magic. If it ends up being like a blockbuster ability level good, then fantastic. All the better, right? But I think we've seen what the baseline needs to be. As for an animated series, I don't know what the bar is for that, what it needs to be or not. But also, and here's the thing, we'll get into this next deck here in just a second, but I think the other issue we have to really talk about, that's a real issue, is that as gamers, particularly as Magic players, there's a saying we've had in the industry for a very long time, even all the way back to when I was running my shop and everything else, is if we put $100 bills in the booster packs, Magic players would bitch about how they're folded. And that's the concern about, even if we get a good movie or we get a good animated series, hey, thanks for the follow. Like, it's very possible there will be a vocal minority of the community that literally just goes, yeah, but they got Chandra's hair wrong. Or Liliana should have been nicer to so-and-so. I don't know why they had her do that. Or I don't know why the goblins looked the way they did on Zendikar. We're just not going to see the forest for the trees. You know, instead of going like, damn, this was a fun story, and we finally got to see our favorite characters on a big screen. And was it perfect? No. But you know what? It was still a lot of fun ride, right? There's going to be, their first instinct is just going to be to nitpick the hell out of it because they didn't get to see their favorite character, or a certain piece of the lore got skipped or ignored, or blah, 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 whatever. And we may potentially risk not getting a follow-up. Right? We just have to see. But that's something that I think everybody's going to have to be wary of just like, hey, let's not just trash a thing just because, we didn't get the one thing we wanted out of it. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that they at least got the right studio on, right? They got Legendary Studios who've done a lot of big stuff with big monsters and special effects or whatever. So if somebody would have the know-how to be able to handle a Magic world, background, CGI, whatever, like they'd probably be able to do it. Yeah, I'm the same way. If the Magic movie's just as good as Honor Among Thieves, we'll be fine, right? If it's just as good as the D&D movie, great. That'd do wonders for Magic. And if it's better than that, our lobster's too buttery. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's exactly what happened with the World of Warcraft movie, right? It came out, it was fine, but so many people are like, oh, but what about this? Or why'd this character do this? Or why'd this person? It was like a whole thing. I remember so many people complaining about it, and I just walked away going like, I don't know. It was still fun. Like, I didn't hate it. But there was people online that made it sound like, I don't know why they wasted all this money on this movie. And I was like, oh, okay. And then we never got another one. The war trailer with how good it was. And yeah, some of that, though, is after the fact. You know what I mean? Like, that trailer and the story whatever, only worked because that was literally the culmination of, like, hell, I don't know, 10 years of real time. Right? All those stories and all the interconnected things and all the characters, blah, blah, and then that was the payoff, right? It's like the Marvel thing, right? You literally had 12 years to get to Endgame, and now people expect everything to be Endgame. Or wrestling fans right now, we just had WrestleMania 40 or whatever, right? Where it was crazy, this wild ending, and like the last 5 minutes was the craziest thing ever. And now people just go like, well, yeah, but it's not going to be as good as WrestleMania 40. And it's like, yeah, because that literally took a whole series of things that had to happen over decades to get to that point for that story to make sense and be so awesome, Yeah, I agree. We just got to give more stuff a chance. Even if I would argue, if you dislike a thing, take that extra step and like dissect why you really dislike it. And then ask yourself, is it really that big of a thing? Right? Like, as an example, we went out and had a nice dinner last night. And we got to the end, and I said, you know what? I could nitpick one or two things, but overall, this was a pretty good dinner. Right? I could have been like, but you know what? No, it was still really good. And we just left it at that, and that's okay. Unless I'm like, my job is to review and break things down, like, I don't need to do that. You know what I mean? Ironic that Magic players would trash an in-universe movie, etc., and reinforce the use of more universe beyond. Yeah, they would. I mean, here's the reality. How many people did you hear really boosting up Magic and the story and the characters and all this before we started doing Universes Beyond? Like, they didn't. I'd argue that a lot of people that are making a big deal out of it, it's just something to argue because people like got to be heard and got to be part of something. But even they don't care. Like, here's a fun thing to do because I've done this both at Magic Cons and local stores. Next time you go to an F&M or your local store or whatever, just curiously ask players if they could tell you the lore about their favorite commander that they're playing. 90% of them can't. Right? And that's a card they're attached to, a card they like, that they spent money on, that they spent months putting together. They don't know anything about it. They just don't. Right? Because we identify with playstyles, we identify with colors. That is what we've always done with Magic. But those same people say, Universe Beyond, I don't want that in my Magic or whatever. So it's like, okay, come on. Yeah, just no Sorin. Hell, I just did a whole video about ranking the planeswalkers by dateability, And I was having to real time go look up stuff on the wiki because I'm like, I don't even know anything about this character. Like, who even is this person? You know what I mean? Like, so it's just kind of how it is. I mean, and I've been playing Magic forever. I know probably more than a lot of people, and I still don't know that much. So, I'm just as guilty as everybody else. So I wish that wasn't the case, but I am. I'm just honest about it. That's the difference. But all right, let's see if we can find some opponents. It's getting late. Let's see if we can play this Golgari pile. I think I already have all the footage I need of other stuff, but I kind of want to just play this deck just because. All right, what's up, Dragon Brood? We've had some fun games and some fun conversations, but this time we're going to try to play some Golgari because there's quite a few new cards. It's been a long day of content today, but a lot of fun stuff we want to try. Let's get into the deck and the cards. But starting at the top, we do have Duress because, Duress is good stuff. We have Requiting Hex. Love this card. Obviously good. Llanowar Elves for mana. Bitter Triumph. We are playing Scheming Silver Tongues. This is a way that hopefully we get to sign in blood a lot with this, so we could draw 2, lose 2 life, sorry. We do have Innkeeper's Talent that can put counters on things. Makes it easier to draw your cards with your Silver Tongue. Keen-Eyed Curator that deals with graveyards. Emeritus of Abundance. So this actually gives you a regrowth that lets you get anything else back out of your graveyard, which is awesome. And then, if you attack and have 8 or more lands, you get to make another regrowth, which is super cool. We have a Scrap Shooter, help deal with some artifacts and enchantments. Of course, Sentinel Name the City. The card's still good, making maps. I'm going to go and play an extra Maelstrom Pulse, because I think that card's just worth playing if you're in black-green. And we have Professor Delian Fail, which is pretty damn good for a 4-mana Planeswalker, but has 5 loyalty. You can either gain life, draw a card, lose a life, you can destroy a creature, or you get an emblem that whenever you gain life, a target opponent loses that much life. And notice that you can do that after just 1 activation. So you immediately go to 7, and then you can -6 the next turn. So we'll see how this all works out. But y'all know the drill. If you want to get this deck or anything else, or just bling out your commander deck, or whatever you want to get for Magic, you can do it over at Tales of Adventure. And you want to do it because you get to save 5% when you use my code DRAGON. That's DRAGN. You get some sweet stuff for yourself, and you get to support the channel. But all right, let's go see if Delian Fell really as good as we think he is. Have you built any decks today with Cards of Paradigm? No, we've played against, I think, 3 people that had them, and that was about it. Wasn't a priority thing for me to do. I think we all kind of know they're playable. You'll probably mostly see the black one, and then probably the green one, and the red one in the Jeskai combo-y kind of decks. And that's probably where it's going to be for the most part. I mean, I'll build one for content purposes that uses the blue one, so we can just copy stuff and be silly. All right, well, Llanowar Elf. Godspeed, my friend. Let's see if you make it. I mean, at least if it dies, we still have the Silver Tongue we can play, so it's not the end of the world. All right. Try to attack with Llanowar Elf. Try to play a Silver Tongue, which will likely just get shot down. No, not this time. They're Visionaries. And what's the other part of this card? Oh, if you pay the full price, you get to create 2 elementals. Yeah, that's cool. What are we doing? Oh, they're looking at the graveyard. That's not good. That's usually a sign of bad things about to happen. Oh, gonna burst lightning? Sure. And kill our Silver Tongue? No, they're gonna go looking at cards. I'm not sure how good Flow State is. I'd be curious to see how much it gets played, because we have so many good cards. For as far as, like, looking at cards and getting quality. Alright, we'll go ahead and play our Sentinel. And get in there and gain some life. I feel like if we can get Delian Fell down and it survives, this could be very good for us. Because I don't know if, like, I could see them shooting this just to keep loyalty off of it, but I don't know if they'd actually be able to get rid of it once it sticks. But they're not playing Lesson, so they might just have actual damage, because they do have Burst Lightning. And that's something to keep in mind. Alright, I'm just going to attack. I'm not going to try to put counters or anything. Like, target things if you want to target things. Deal 3 damage to any target and tap. Yeah, that's fine. We've seen that in other decks already. It's not a surprise. Let's go ahead and just try to play Sentinel. And then play this tapped. Could play a Llanowar Elf, but I don't think it's necessarily worth it. Like, there's a good chance this is going to be, like, ill-timed explosions or some such. Oh, they're digging, because they're just playing that for 0 to draw cards. Okay. Whoa, was that a Thunderclap? Okay, it was. Alright. Intriguing. Dawn of the Archaic. Well, that's a card. I mean, we could play this and destroy a creature, and at least lets us get it onto the battlefield right now. I don't think that's what we're doing, though. What's in their hand? Oh, is this just a bunch of, like, draw card stuff? Like, okay. Sure. We'll get rid of that, I guess. Well, pay the 3 life. That thing doesn't have ward or anything. I am not excited about that card, let me tell you. Alright. I mean, I think it's cool ability-wise, but I think you have to really work to get that on the battlefield and get value out of it. Alright. Mana Sculpt. This is a wizard. These otters happen to be wizards, as it turns out. Oh, good old Llanowar Elf. I'm going to go and tap you for mana, because we already know they have the Burst Lightning, so whatever. Let's go ahead and hit up a Delian Fail. And I think I want to go ahead and destroy a creature here. Actually, if I do that, though, then they could use that on our Delian Fail here, and I don't think we want that to happen. Let's go ahead and just Requiting Hex one of these knuckleheads. So they can only block 1. And then, theoretically, we could try to set up a lethal situation next turn. Alright. We'll see how this goes. You did get to catch a Power Dragon live. Alright, opponent's going through a lot of cards, man. Like, they are I don't know what the plan is, but they are digging. Alright, they're still digging. How many cards do they need to see? Okay, sure. I'm genuinely dumbfounded. I don't know what their win condition was. Unless I guess it was just more of this guy. Because technically, you'd be reducing the cost. Right? For each instant and sorcery in your graveyard. Yeah, so they were probably just digging to another one of these, I think. But maybe those are the only way to win. Because we've only seen those in Thundertrap trainers. So, maybe. But if so, I mean, we only needed a couple of removal spells, and that was enough. Alright. Cool. Before I consider reinstalling, did anyone have the restarting issue that has been solved just so my PC doesn't randomly restart from MTG Arena again. Oh, weird. No, I definitely didn't have that happen. Though we did have catastrophe in the user, not incident, in our Discord that had some type of issues with Arena last night after the update. So maybe a few people had issues with it. I don't know. It says your LGS can't move Universe Beyond stuff at all. You know what? You're one of the few. Because, man, I'd still talk to a lot of retailers, and they were moving a lot of it. Spell elementals? Nah, they definitely weren't doing elementals. They were doing archaic stuff. Crazy funny. Oh, excuse me. You know what happens? Because I'm a big fan of, like, closing the windows that pop up after you use a card. I catch myself if I'm watching somebody on YouTube, I'll try to go click the card to try to close the window, and I can't. I think it's so funny. Yeah, that's pretty funny. All right, let's keep it. All right, this is just like regular Golgari stuff right now. This is just how Magic's been for a minute. Y'all, I also have to say, be very, very, very careful about your lands right now. There are so many, like, this one needs you to have 2 in play. This one needs you to not have 2 in play. This one can come into play tapped or not and deal damage. This one needs you to have a forest. Like, we have the whole spread right now. And if you play them out of order, bad things are going to happen. Just saying. All right, do we want to get rid of this? They can discard a card and gain lifelink. If one or more cards leave your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. I feel like there's going to be better stuff. Oh, actually, Keen-Eyed Curator is going to trigger their stuff. Oh, that's terrible. Sorry, opponent. I just had a realization that's really, really bad for us. All right, I guess we're just going to try Sentinel and hope for the best. That's not good. Our Keen-Eyed Curator effectively does nothing. That's super sad times. Like 9 levels of disappointing. So we need to off the flyer before we could take advantage of Maelstrom Pulse. All right, well, we do what we got to do, I guess. Okay, don't mind that in this situation. That's great. And Sentinel, at least for the time being, can still block a Inti. And then I guess we'll go ahead and get rid of this duder. Get lifelink and nothing else, so that's okay. They're doing a lot of discarding in this list. So, obviously, they want to fill the graveyard and then something. The problem is, we have to try to figure out what the end something is. Okay, there we go. I was like, there's got to be a payoff. What is it? Why are we just attacking? Okay, and then the opponent just gives up? Apparently, Sentinel and Amos City was that big of a boss. They were just like, well, we put the counters, can't do nothing. Sentinel's just going to hold the fort down. Though, I think once we could get the Curator without them having the bird, then we could take a turn and just like, all right, now we're going to empty the yard. And you don't really get to do anything. Yeah, weird game. I don't know what was supposed to be happening there, honestly. Also, did we not get attacked with this thing when the opponent played it? It does have haste. Hello, everybody. How's it going, Tim? And Eric. How many people do we have? We have like almost 90 people between all the platforms watching. So welcome. Thank you for hanging out late here on the West Coast. It's about 11 p.m. Pacific time. So I know some of y'all are up late hanging out. Oh no. I'm pretty sure 5 lands is always the wrong answer to keep, right? Okay, this is something. What that something is, I don't know, but it's something. Wow. I guess? I don't feel great about it. Alright, let's... Requiting Hex. Oh, I guess I should have just played Blooming Marsh there. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Let's take the time to play the Cottage and Duress. Ooh, Ralzeric, Emeritus. Oh, gosh. What are we doing? I guess I'll take the Ralzeric. Alright, they found some land. So we're going to have to kill back-to-back Emeritus. I guess we can, if we have to. Here's a funny thing. We could cast our Emeritus. And then see if they cast theirs, and then we just Maelstrom Pulse and get all of them. You know what I mean? It sounds a little insane, but I'm here for it. Because our hand's not doing much else anyway. Or they could mess up and target our Maelstrom Pulse, and then they just lose theirs too. Or target our Emeritus with the Maelstrom Pulse. Oh, they found a Ralzeric. Gosh dang it.
I would answer any rhetorical questions you have.
Would you like to make me discard? Sure, I'm into it. Why not? Oh, that's cute, but doesn't really do anything here.
I will not let you here again.
No attacks. Yep, I think whoever drew land first was ahead, and the opponent is ahead. Alright, so we're going to play Professor Delian Fell. And I guess we have to destroy
Sit down.
this.
I'll handle this.
I mean, they can gain life on the Scavenging Ooze, force us to block. Like, we're in a bad spot right now. Yep, no reason to attack, obviously. I guess I could have... maybe I played that wrong. Maybe I should have just used my regrowth. No, because they had the Scavenging Ooze, so we wouldn't even have got anything back anyway. It doesn't really matter. It was just going to be bad all around. Yeah, no blocks. I think Delian Fell can just eat it. And a Badger Mole Cub. Alright, so we probably still lose our creature anyway. Yep. I think the opponent just got the upper hand. We were too slow, and now we've got to pay the price. Oh, is there anything good we can do with this? What's the best thing they could get back? Oh, it's just Ralzerics and Maelstrom Pulses. Alright. Well, that sucks. Alright, well, we tried. Don't think we're getting a win on this one, folks. I mean, because now they can just play Emeritus, immediately use it, get back a Ralzeric, and then we're kind of just in a rough spot. Because that's what I would do if I were in their shoes. Yep. Makes a lot of sense. All right. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't think we have anything we can do here, right? Because even whatever we keep, we're just going to have to discard. I think we just got to give the GGs. Like, we're out of here. No, it's not that players aren't supposed to scoop. That's the whole thing that goes around. That, like, they're just... The idea is just be aware that other people are making content. Like, at least try to scoop whenever there's inevitability of some sort. It's not that you can't scoop. I don't know where that started or why people keep promoting that, but that's not a thing. It's never been a thing. And I've heard it. It's not just you. I've heard it from so many people. It's like, no, you can scoop. It's not a thing. It's just when there's inevitability, so people aren't just sitting there doing nothing, and everybody can move on to other games. And like, go ahead. Or if the game's over and your opponent's just playing like 20 spells in a row, just comboing out, just like, cool, you win. Let's move on, right? We got to see your deck do the thing. Let's go on. Because the thing is, you're just trying to be fair to everybody who's making content, right? We're all taking time building decks, getting our stream setups going, putting hours aside to do this. You want everybody to have a chance to at least, one, make something fun for themselves or whatever, but also to be able to entertain their audience, right? That's really what it's about. Like, the previous opponent where, like, they just jammed into us and drew and discard and did all this other stuff. It's like, okay, well, that's a weird concede. Because the game was far from over. There's a bunch of removal spells that could have been drawn, you know? So that one's a little weird. But, like, that one, our opponent's going to be able to attack through everything. We don't even have a line of play we can get out of trouble with, right? Like, we were just going to lose anyway. So it's like, okay, that's a fine one to concede. Oh, yeah, sure. This is probably okay. Let's see what we get to do. If anything. Ah. I see you're a person of fun taste. We did this earlier. Had some crazy games with that deck, too. Okay. I really, really, really want to play Keen-Eyed Curator. But I think we're going to try this. Oh, we're not playing anything? Well, that's a surprise. They must have a removal spell, and they're just debating it's not worth it to waste it on that. Which, you know, they're not wrong. I'm going to play Keen-Eyed Curator. It will likely draw some removal if they have it. Ooh, I guess they don't. They might also just have spells that target creatures in general. Oh, you're playing all these sorceries. That's the issue. I was sort of wondering why they're doing what they're doing. But it's generally because they have sorceries, that they have to do it. Alright. Come on, counter. Hey, we got there. And now we get to sign in blood. With this extra life we got. Yep. Bad for the opponent, though. We left a removal spell on top of the library. I'm just going to pay that 3 life. And then we're going to attack. And I guess I'm just going to sign in blood while we can. Though, in a weird world, there is a situation where we could sign in blood and just hit them with it, which is kind of funny. Yep, Inkright, you got it. I would like to get rid of your Inkrights, though you will still get a 1/1 for your troubles. Alright, cool, we got there. Yeah, that vampire is actually pretty good. Yeah, we have a video that, I don't know, by the time people are watching this, should also be up already, but Yeah, we have a different version of this that played pretty well. We had a good time with it. I think the thing that's going to be tough about this, I guess we'll call it Silver Quill instead of Orzhov for the time being, is that we're going to have to figure out both the best creature selection and the best spell selection. And I don't think we're going to get there in the first couple of days. I think it's going to take a minute of the community iterating to find out what the best ones are, because there's several ways those decks can go. Do 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 do. Oh, Eric had to leave. It was his bedtime. I didn't see that earlier. There is no deck available because even if you could, the cards aren't available to be played with yet. These will all be on my Mox field as the videos get done and get loaded. But they'll all be up before the set goes live on Arena next Tuesday. We're going to keep this hand, even though it's kind of devoid of new cards, except for a land, which technically is an old card because I'm using the old version. Yes, you can already import cards into Arena, but you can't play with them if they are not legal to be played with yet. Until they hit release, you can't do anything with them. So you could have lists with them there, which is totally fine, but that's kind of all you can really do with it. That was weird. We didn't kill our creature? Did you misclick? That's oddly suspicious, but you know what? I'm your Huckleberry. I'll bite. Like, what are we doing? Or maybe they're just playing a life drain deck. Maybe it's just Abzant. Yeah, exactly. There wasn't an accident. They're just, we're going to drain your life, boss. Like, this is how we're going to get down. So, okay. That's a thing we know. Huh. That's tough. We might get double Helix here. Alright. Here's what we got to do then. Like, if we're in a racing situation and they're going to be gaining life with every card, this is the best we can do. We need some duresses. And we don't have them. Yeah, this might just be a straight up Mardu burn deck. And we have no defense right now. So opponent can do whatever they want. Are they going to deal 3 to everything? That'd be gross. Be pretty good for them, though. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if your plan is just burn us, you might as well. Yeah. I mean, we're going to be dead in 2 turns. I mean, if they're not playing lands, obviously their hand's all live damage, right? Yeah, we're just attacking. Shoot. Might as well get rid of the thing with Harmonize. I don't think it's going to matter, but I guess they could target something with Flashback, so we want to leave some mana open. God, I don't have anything that pumps my team. Yeah, I think we're just dead. There's no way those... They have to just be burn spells of some kind, right? And we're only at 7. And we can't kill them fast enough. That's only 11 damage. Emeritus. Okay. Wasn't expecting to see that. I thought it was going to be all spells. Wasn't thinking there was going to be permanents. But that's actually good for us. Okay, well, we're down to 4. More ways that we get to die. Oh, where were you forever ago? Oh my god, that would have been so good. Oh, that would have been legendary levels of good. Oh my god. They have an instant creature, and we already took a sorcery from them, right? Yeah. Oh, man. We need another anything to be relevant. Gah. Oh no, we're dead, aren't we? This sucks. I mean, I guess we just all out attack is the best we can do because we're not regrowthing anything of relevance here. All right, well, I mean, if they have 4 damage, we die. Nothing we can do about it. If they don't, this is a crazy win. I mean, you have to, right? Unless I guess they need double white for something. That's like the only way they wouldn't. Because if you're not playing lands, what are those 3 cards? Wow! Really? Actually, I know what they are. At least 1 or 2 of those is probably the 4 mana one from Dragonstorm, where you exile a permanent, your opponent loses 3 life, you gain 3 life. I bet that's what it is. They were a mana short. Granted, if they did, they would have went to 6, and they probably still would have lost. But wow, 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 wow! I thought we were so dead. I didn't even. It took me a second to even think like, what else would be in your hand if you didn't have it? That's got to be what it was on some level. But this is a quirky deck. But the fact that you can play Silver Quill Charm, you can play Lightning Helix, you can play the other thing, right? That drains your opponent for 3. Like, it's possible you could just play this as a deck with all the multi-lands. Like, the opponent might be onto something kind of quirky and a little uncomfortable to play against. Honestly, it's kind of neat. Thanks for that, by the way. Yeah, it's crazy. That's a neat idea. I don't know if I'm building that, but some version of that is probably pretty cool. But that's the stuff, like, even if we lost to it, couldn't be mad. Just like a whole different thing that I hadn't thought of. So like that's the fun stuff you want to see in early access. Like, even if you're gonna burn me out, hey, at least that's like a cool way to do it. And they were trying to take advantage of Emeritus, obviously, but just didn't get in that situation where it made sense for them. Crazy. Yeah, man, this is wild. So while we have a little bit of downtime waiting on an opponent, I kind of want to ask everybody, what cards did you see today that maybe got your attention that you were kind of down on before, or which ones kind of let you down that you thought were going to be better than they were? Because that'll also help with some of our research that we do over the next couple days. The Red Paradigm. Yeah. I don't think we... that's not true. We had one person cast it, but we're mostly only seeing that in the weird, like, either Is It or Jeskai, Control, Loot, whatever decks. We're not really seeing it in anything else yet. Oh, you know what? I'm going to keep this, but the reality is, if our opponent's not playing creatures, this hand's really, really bad. We're just going to take a gamble. All right. Oh, that's fun. If you click on the metal, it has a different sound than the other thing. That's funny. Oh, Flitterwing. I know what that card is. Let's... I don't know. Let's get rid of it, I guess. I'll pay the 3. We'll just damage ourselves a bunch. Why not? What do we got going on? Oh, just a different type of fairies deck, I guess. Oh, to draw a card? Sure. You know what? You're playing fairies? I'm just going to play this straight up as a dude. It's a 4/4 with reach. Take that, fairies. I mean, reality is, exactly, they'll just do something, bounce a thing, but whatever. Now we need to get an untapped land. That's the next step in this plan. Daydream. All right. Get to keep a, what is it, a 4/3? Yep, because it gets counter. Makes sense. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Daydream. There's just a lot of ways to use it where you can get tricky with cards that have enter the battlefield triggers and stuff. Come on, untap land. That's what we need. You were not that. Unfortunate. Because, man, if we could have played the Professor here while the opponent was tapped, it would have been nice. But alright. Let's do what we can. Man, we needed a land there really bad. That might have been our one real opening, too. Tough. That hurts. But we'll see. Momo. All right. And what else? So I have 3 unknown cards. And the funny thing is now, if we were to get an untapped land, we might be better off going with Silver Tongue and Bitter Triumph and not even necessarily a Professor, but we'll see. You know, the opponent's giving this a lot of thought. Checking some things. Oh, I'm not sure what's going on. Hope they're still there. There we go. Oh, Mockingbird. Yeah, that makes sense. I dig it. All right. I mean, those are cards. Oh, because you become a full copy. That's funny. Wow. Okay. So how much do I care about that? All right. I mean, we needed a land so bad. Again, a land here would have been very good. Didn't get it, but just kind of situation is what it is. All right. I just decided to get rid of Momo just to keep their mana down for whatever it is they're trying to do. You know, the other fun thing, you can reset Flitter Wings or other ones where you have to remove counters with the Daydream, which is also kind of interesting. You could blink them, have them come back, take the counter off of it. Oh, actually, I guess not, because this is a -1/-1 counter on it, right? Yeah. That wouldn't really do the thing you want. What do we do? If we minus this, it has 2 left on it. All right.
Class is now in session.
And we'll just see what happens.
From my presence.
I mean, eventually, I was going to say, they're going to have their own removals at some point. So that makes sense.
These are the answers I need.
All right. Draw a card. Play a Pixie, bounce a Pixie, replay the other Pixie. Nope. Thought they might go that route, but they did not. Try to play a Scrap Shooter. Play Scheming Silver Tongue. All right. What else we got going on? Yeah, Quantum Riddler. There you go. And you can blink your Quantum Riddler. Totally legit. It can even use its own self to do it. Look at that. Yeah, I get white instead, probably. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter, I guess. You have lands that make each color. Oh, they have a fresh Daydream. Never mind. So they could daydream again if they wanted to. That's funny. Oh no, because you already tapped the Springleaf Drum. That's amusing. Alright, I guess we get one shot at this. And it may not even resolve. Alright, are you going to save your creature?
Thank you.
Because there's probably an instant speed blink effect. Okay, they didn't have it.
You're dismissed.
So that's a thing. What are we doing here otherwise? Definitely going to attack. I'm just wondering if it's worth it to just let Delian... You know what? It is. Because if you're going to have to sell out to kill Delianfell, then so be it. If you have something else, you have something else, I guess. One Shitong, sure. That's legit. Gonna triple block it? Yeah, why not? I can respect it. We'll take out Wan Shitong since it has vigilance. Alright. I mean, they might also just have another Wan Shitong, which would be totally legit. Starfield Shepherd. And then we're going to blink that so you have a 4-power creature. Oh, you can do all kinds of stuff here. You're in good shape. Yep. Saw that coming. Yeah, opponent's deck's doing its thing. For sure. I mean, I guess our best play is get a Requiting Hex, force them to double block. Oh. Oh. That's a thing. Huh. Well. That's not something we expected. Alright, we'll attack. Alright, they're trading. Or at least thinking about it. Okay. Let's go ahead and regrow a Requiting Hex. And just take out the Flitterwing. I feel like we've grinded through so many cards the opponent's played this game. Yep. Draw you some cards. Makes sense. And they still have 2 mana. More if they found a land. Would you like to bounce my Emeritus? I wouldn't be super upset at that. I think we're still going to lose this one, but hard to be upset at the quality of game we got to play. The opponent's deck is very cool. Yep, that makes plenty of sense. So, hopefully we get a +1/+1 counter. We did. I don't think we care as much about Duress. This makes it where they can't just double block, which is nice. Alright. I mean, I'm assuming I still have 30 cards left. Feels like they've drawn way more than that. Hey, Nicodemus. Good to see you. Alright, there's a Springleaf Drum, which is basically free. Same. Are we somehow still in this? All right, they're down to 2 unknown cards. All right. I think we just attack. I don't think we activate the land in case they have, like, a road or some bounce spell or something. Sure, you know what? I'm okay with that. Alright. Then we're going to try to play this Scheming Silver Tongue. See if we can put a counter on it. We did. Oh, and a Sentinel. We'll absolutely take that. Starfield Shepherd, which we're going to blink again and play more cards. This whole cycle all over again. They've gotten so many things, though. Like, what's left of value? We've seen... Well, there's still another Nurturing Pixie. There's probably another Flitter Wing. There's only 3... No, all the Flitter Wings are in the yard. So it's probably just a Nurturing Pixie. But who knows? Maybe there's something tricky we haven't seen yet. All right, Mockingbird, sure. Gonna copy our Emeritus, which I totally understand. Alright, so they're going to regrow a Deuter, and they're going to tap all their stuff. So that, well, you're not going to do that just to protect your one guy, because then the game's over, right? That's game then. Right? Because... No, because you blink that. It'll come back. No, you're good. Oh, because they had another Daydream in hand. That makes sense. Obviously. Like, what else was it going to be? Alright, now what do we do? Not sure how we want to treat this. I mean, I guess this is what we do? Attacking with the creature land wasn't really enough there. Didn't have enough quality blocks, it didn't feel like. So I think we have to try to get to where, yeah, we're land short of being able to get another regrowth. Alright. Opponent's in good shape. This is where they could win it. Yeah, I could attack and get the land, but I would prepare, but I would just lose our land. And our land's more important than getting the extra cards at this point. Like, I would just be running the land into a Quantum Riddler. Which I may still end up having to do anyway, because we just might not have any other options. Yeah, they're checking our yard. And I think at this point, we might be able to safely say they're not playing any counters. Yeah, there's an erode. So they probably had that anyway. That's tough. Alright. Well, not much we can do. But I guess they were tapped out last turn. So we could have actually got them for 2. Alright. You got it. What do we got going on? I also think if they just get back a road, we can't win anyway, right? So if I were them, I just reanimate, or regrowth or removal spell, and I think they're good. Yeah, okay, cool. Now we can just give them the GGs. Like, it was just, hey, go get that. Missed a chance to take the win, but that's okay. I will take that as, we could have still won the game. I'm okay with that. What else are we doing? All right, we're just going for more value for the sake of more value. It's cool, I guess. Boomeranging that, sure. Well, that cottage didn't do much of anything, so that's disappointing. We'll try this. Obviously, they're just going to target it. Yeah, of course. Why would you not? Alright, that's game. Cool, cool. Alright, we might be able to get one more in, I think. But the good news is, the deck could have won. So that's fine. We also missed a lot of turns where we just kind of didn't do much with our spells. So that was a little tough. Wish we would have drawn a couple of removal spells there toward the end. We go first. Sure. Though we can't cast our black spells immediately, which is tough. Do. Alright. Well, this kind of works. Let's go ahead and address. Oh, crap. I had to play the forest to be able to... Of course, we just talked about that. So funny. Alright, well, we'll duress now. What are you holding on to, opponent? Oh, gosh. We're doing this. Bleh. Alright, how do we feel about this? I guess we get rid of Unholy Addicts. Sure. Not even gonna... Actually, I'll play this. Innkeeper's Talent. Because there is a world where we could play something, make it big enough that they can't kill it with their removal spells. And that's something. I mean, obviously, black-green has a bunch of removal spells, so who knows? Oh, I guess we just have two of them? Wait, why did that die? What the hell? Oh, because it's the sacrifice. I was thinking it was the only one that was minuses. Never mind. I had my cards mixed up. Alright, well, that's going to be a bit unfortunate. We needed a land pretty badly there. I think we just level up and pass. Man, no mana. That's tough. I needed to be able to play 2 spells on that turn. Super disappointing. Alright. I mean, opponent's just playing current Golgari. Like, sure. I mean, at least we can get rid of a room, I guess. That's something. Alright. They get a card out of the deal, but I guess we kind of have to. Nothing rises to the top on early access. I tell people that all the time. There's very few things that are going to split themselves away from pile. And even if something does, you're playing against stuff that's unrefined. So take it whatever you see with a grain of salt.
Mediocrity will not be tolerated. This is
Okay, well, I guess we'll lose 3. And then, what's the better card? I guess we risk it here, because we have all the card types in the yard with Keen-Eyed Curator. We know this is dead, though. Like, this is just making the opponent play the cards to get there, basically. Alright, Tenacity, I see you. And a room. Fair enough. Alright, I guess we'll try to get rid of Tenacity until they make us lose like half our life or something silly.
Congratulations. You had a chance to impress me. Yeah, I knew you were unprepared.
And then Maelstrom Pulse, our Planeswalker. Oh, that guy. Yep. Alright, cool. GG's. I mean, we have one turn to find... Oh, yeah, we're dead. Alright. Alright, yeah. They basically just played current standard. Like, what are we doing? Like, I don't even really want to use that. Gotta play another game now. Like, come on, man. What are we doing? That was basically just current standard +1 card to do life drain shenanigans on the opponent. Like, blah. Honestly, if there's a mechanic, honestly, of all the things that people like to complain about in standard, that's the one thing I dislike. That may be some other, but that's the one I dislike the most. It's just the non-interactive mono black stuff. Of just like, oh, I have my thing, you lost half your life, you lose. Like, you know, or that, where it just starts a life loss chain or whatever. It's like, come on, that's not fun to play against. Especially if you're a new player. Like, that's got to be miserable. We'll keep this. Alright, well, it was nice knowing you, Llanowar Elf. Maybe it's in a road, though, and we can go get a land. Nope, it's a Requiting Hex. Sads. Alright, well, hey, you know, at least we can get rid of a Voice of Victory, so that's got to count for something, right? Come on, we need to draw land. Land's very important. Alright, well, we'll use this again, I guess. As much as I would like to use a Bitter Triumph and do some other things, when a creature you control power 2 or less dies, starting opponent loses life. Alright, well, that seems reasonable. This is Death Touch, right? Yeah. Not interested. I will just lose that life. Let's go ahead and... Is it worth it to pay 3 against a Sephiroth deck? That seems a little dangerous. I'm gonna discard a card. Like, that doesn't seem like the business we want to be in. Requiting Hex? Yeah, they were just waiting on a target. Fair enough. Alright. No blocks. We may block next turn, though. Duress, do not want. Llanowar Elf, don't need. That's a good life when we're like, Duress, get out of here. Llanowar Elf, get out of here. Like, we got better things to do. Yeah, I'm blocking at that point. Just letting you know. Ooh, Emeritus? Hell yeah. And we're attacking with both of them. Alright, so we lose some amount of life. And I will crack one of these on the Sentinel. Alright. End the turn. All right, Emeritus. We're going to get back something. Probably just a Requiting Hex. Not going to overcomplicate it. Unfortunately, we still wouldn't have killed the opponent how we put the other one on there, so I don't have to feel bad about that, because we're giving them a life anyway. Alright. Cool, they're at 3. Yep, we're all good. Yep, that'll do it. Alright. Let's do a wrap up on this bad boy. Man, we have been going 5 hours in the late stream already. That means we have streamed over 5 hours. We're getting close to 10 hours by the time this is all done. Crazy day. I love y'all. All right. So yeah, I think this is kind of an example of Golgari mid-range is still a thing. You know what I mean? That's sort of what this feels like. Like, you have a Planeswalker that gets to kill stuff, gains you life, can do all that stuff, right? You have ways to draw cards, you have ways to kill creatures, you get to play Maelstrom Pulse to deal with things, you could get rid of graveyards, and you can pick and choose your cards, right? We ran into other players doing something similar, and you kind of pick what works best for you. So, meh, I don't really know. It's playable for sure. I don't think that's anything to complain about. And we had some very interesting games with it, so that's always cool. So I don't hate that. So like, yeah, it's kind of just doing a lot of little things right, to be honest. Never really felt like we were out of it. We had ways to draw cards late. So like, yeah, this is fun. I think it's just Golgari mid-range, and you got some sweet cards in the Emeritus and the Professor that kind of just fit into the game plan, right? Getting to reuse your cards is awesome. And then obviously just getting to do all the things with the Professor, like all of those are good options. You're rarely going to be upset that you drew that card. So yeah, really sweet stuff. Link will be over on Moxfield like it always is. But that's all I have you for now. We'll see you next time. All right. So we went through, 7 decks today. We played a lot of different stuff. And we built a deck with the community for one of them, so that's always fun. We got to do that. Man, we covered a lot of ground today on this set. Let me go back through. I want to get caught up on the other part of the conversation and see what people said they liked or were missing or whatever. Let's see. What's up, my favorite Magic homie? Oh, I didn't see you, Joe Werewolf. Hey, how's it going? Persuasive King said, sucks when Magic cares less about creatures since every deck has to removal check Cub. I don't even think that's the case. We've played mostly creature decks today. Except for maybe the Reanimator deck. But we played Merfolk, we played the Oculus deck, we played the Mono Green, we played Orzhov, Repartee, aggro stuff. Like, we did mostly creatures. And they were all reasonable, even with our opponent killing things. We were able to overcome a lot of stuff. I think it just becomes now don't get me wrong, I think the creature removal is highly efficient and tough. So I'm not going to argue against that. Arguably maybe slanted to the side of too good. But we do have a bunch of tools to negate that, right? All of the 1 mana, like give something hexproof, give something indestructible, put a counter on a thing, whatever. You kind of have to start playing more of those to dance around some of the other situations that are happening. Or stuff that gives you extra value, right? Does it also make a token when it dies? Or does it do whatever, right? I think those are where you're going to find your balance in a lot of things. Let's see. Romano the Frog says, I already liked the card, but the Traumatic Critique looked really good in the Prismari Is It Spellslinger decks. Yeah, not a big surprise on that one. Skull took off earlier there, so, didn't get to say goodbye to them. Let's see. And that was mostly it. All right, cool. So we didn't miss too many bits of the conversation there. Yeah, this was a long day, but I always enjoy it. All these decks you saw, we'll have the edited videos up, so you'll be able to check those out. Obviously, if you want to go back and rewatch the live stream, we have 5 hours in the evening one, 4 hours in the earlier one, or 4.5 hours in the earlier one. But if possible, I would like to implore you to please follow me over on YouTube if you haven't yet. Go click the subscribe button. I'd really appreciate it. We've been putting up videos for over 6 years. Literally every day we've had a video up for 6 years. And we have a lot of good stuff still coming. We've done some fun off-the-wall stuff, but we have single card strategy coming for a bunch of cards in Strixhaven. On Monday, we'll drop our cards you should be crafting or not crafting right out of the gate based on early results and stuff. That's a lot of work over the next couple days I have to do, but hey, we do it every season and people like it. Tomorrow, we'll be dropping the Where We Write video, where me and Dev go back to our predictions from the previous set and see if we scored right or wrong on our overrated, underrated stuff. A little bit of everything, actually. So you should follow me. I'd really appreciate it. It really helps a bunch if you watch the videos, because we put a lot of time into them. And, you know, I'm still a growing boy on the YouTube, but I need some support, and I'd really love it. Other than that, yeah, remember to follow on Twitch if you're watching there, on Facebook as well. That's always helpful, you know, even if you don't go watch the stuff over on the YouTubes. Overall, yeah, I think Strixhaven's a solid set. I don't think there's much to complain about. There's powerful stuff. There's stuff for existing decks. There's stuff to build new decks around. I think there's going to be a lot that we're going to have to really dig in and explore. You know, I don't think we really saw much of the dragons, except for the Prismari one as a one-of in the combo deck, which we expect to see. I think we're going to have to figure that out, like what that's going to look like in a lot of cases. Lots of stuff to explore, and I think that's a good thing. You know, and that's going into Vegas, MagicCon Vegas, in 2 weeks. If you're going to be there, come say hi. I'll be there giving away some stuff. I'll have a meet and greet scheduled. I'll be getting to do demos of Mark Rosewater's Redacted game. So, don't know what it is yet. I won't even get to see it, I think, until next week. So, I will barely have it in advance of y'all having it so that we can do demos and everything. So that's going to be a fun time too. So lots of stuff going on over the next few weeks. I'd appreciate it if you follow and be part of it, because we have a lot of cool stuff. And by the way, if you're a fan of Dev over at SBMTG, go kick him in the butt a little bit about doing some wrestling YouTube, because I think that'll be really fun and it'd be a little bit of a different vibe. But that's it, y'all. I think I'm going to let it go. We're getting 10 minutes to midnight here locally. I have to finish editing a video and get some stuff up for tomorrow. I really appreciate y'all. We had like 80 to 100 y'all hanging out most of the evening stream. We had like 150 for the early stream. Really appreciate it. Like, I don't get on and get to stream enough. I don't know, if y'all are really into it, maybe I just need to start streaming more often. You know, we'll probably do that with the early part of the set, just to get on, let people share deck ideas, stuff they're working on, things like that. But man, it's a crazy time. Lots of cool cards. It's one of those things where, like, it sucks that we have so many cards, but man, it's awesome that we get so many good ones. But on that note, we're going to kind of let it ride, say thank you to everybody, and we're going to get out of here. No matter where you are watching, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. I really appreciate y'all, because we had people from South Africa, people from Australia, people from the Netherlands, from Brazil, whatever. Like, I'm still amazed that y'all watch and follow me from all over the world. I don't know how y'all found me, but I'm really glad y'all did, and I'm super appreciative. Like, even when I see y'all at live shows, at MagicCons, whatever, I can't be more thankful. Truly. I don't understand. The internet's awesome, how it works. Obviously, I wish more people found me, but I'm glad that those of you that found me and enjoy it have. And I'm at least appreciative to have those of you. But remember to be awesome, and most importantly, with all the crap going on in the world, take a step back and just be awesome to each other. Yeah, props to Italy.